Yo, what's up everyone? It's Prime Fiction, and today we're checking out, what if Naruto was trapped in SAO as the legendary Fox Blade and Asuna and Sinon both fell for him. Drop a like if you're hyped. Subscribe for daily content. Let's get this story started. Chapter 1, The Fox Wakes in Iron Castle. The last thing Naruto remembered was Madara's face. Not the smug satisfaction or the Rinnegan's concentric rings, just the distortion of space itself, the way reality folded like wet paper as the jutsu tore through the battlefield. He'd thrown himself between the technique and Sasuke, because of course he had, and then, nothing. And then everything. Color slammed into him like a physical force. Blue sky, impossibly blue, stretching over stone towers and medieval architecture that belonged in one of Jiraiya's old fantasy novels. His body felt wrong, lighter, harder-edged, like someone had drawn him with sharper lines. Naruto looked down at his hands and saw them outlined in faint geometric light that faded as he watched. What the hell? He was standing in the center of a massive plaza, surrounded by thousands of people. Not shinobi, civilians, or something close to it. They wore armor and carried swords, but their eyes were wrong. Confused. Soft. These weren't fighters, not really. A weight on his back. Naruto reached over his shoulder and found a sword hilt, long, wrapped in black and orange cord. He drew it on instinct and the blade sang free, dark metal with veins of amber light pulsing through it like a heartbeat. The moment his fingers tightened on the grip, he felt it. Kurama. Not the fox himself, not that massive, overwhelming presence in his gut, but an echo. A resonance. Like the Nine Tails had been translated into a language this world understood. Kit. Naruto nearly dropped the sword. Kurama? I'm here. Barely. This world, it's made of information. Rules. Everything is numbers underneath. I can feel the structure of it, but I can't manifest the way I should. My chakra is bound to that blade and to your body within this system. What system? Where are we? Before Kurama could answer, the sky turned red. A figure materialized above the plaza, enormous, hooded in crimson robes, faceless beneath its cowl. Naruto's hand tightened on his sword. The crowd of thousands gasped, murmured, some screamed. But Naruto had stared down tailed beasts. A big floating robe didn't rate. Attention, players, the figure spoke, and its voice was everywhere at once. Welcome to my world. Players. World. Naruto kept his grip on the blade and listened. The hooded figure, Kayaba Akihiko, it called itself, explained everything with the calm precision of a man describing the weather. This was a game. A virtual reality called Sword Art Online. 10,000 people had logged in today, and now they couldn't log out. The nerve gear headsets they wore would kill them if anyone in the outside world tried to remove the hardware. The only way out was to clear all 100 floors of this floating castle, Aincrad. Die in the game, die for real. This is not a bug or a glitch, Kayaba continued. This is how Sword Art Online was designed to be. Naruto watched the crowd. Watched the terror spread like poison through water. People collapsing to their knees. Someone vomiting. A woman clutching a man's arm so hard her knuckles went white. Somewhere in the back, someone was already crying in great, ugly sobs. Huh, Naruto said quietly. You're not panicking, Kurama observed. Why would I? Naruto rolled his neck, felt the joints pop, even that was simulated, he supposed, but it felt real enough. Some psycho trapped a bunch of people in a death game. That's just a mission with extra steps. You're not even from this world. These aren't your people. They're people. That's enough. A mirror appeared in Naruto's hand, same as every other player. He watched his appearance shimmer, the generic avatar melting away to reveal himself. Blonde hair, blue eyes, whisker marks on his cheeks. The fox blade still pulsed in his grip. Around him, people were screaming again as their real faces replaced their chosen ones. Men who'd been women. Adults who'd been children in their avatars. The lies stripped bare. Naruto dismissed the mirror without interest. He'd always worn his own face. The red figure dissolved into the bloody sky, and the sky returned to blue as if nothing had happened. The silence lasted 3 seconds. Then the screaming started for real. Naruto sheathed his blade and walked. He pushed through the crowd with purpose, heading for the plaza's edge. Most players stood frozen, deer in lantern light, paralyzed by the sheer unreality of their situation. Naruto understood that paralysis. He'd seen it on battlefields, in genin who'd never tasted real killing intent. But understanding it didn't mean he could afford to share it. The town of beginning spread out around the plaza, a massive safe zone, the game's first settlement. Beyond the walls, Naruto could see fields, forests, the distant yawn of what looked like a canyon. Mobs wandered those fields. He could feel them, somehow. The fox blade vibrated against his spine like a tuning fork responding to nearby threats. Okay, Kurama. Talk to me. What can I do here? Your body in this world operates on their system, levels, hit points, skill values. But my chakra sits outside those parameters. It's like a mod on top of their code. The sword channels it. I believe you'll find your speed and strength already exceed what any player at your level should possess. And jutsu? Not as you know them. No hand signs, no nature transformation. But the principles translate. I can push energy through the blade, think of it as shape manipulation expressed through their combat engine. Wind release becomes cutting force. Fire becomes burning damage over time. And the more you fight, the more this system seems to adapt to accommodate us. Naruto reached the town gate. 2 NPCs stood guard, lifeless, smiling their programmed smiles. Beyond them, the field stretched wide and green under the artificial sun. He could see boars in the distance, low-level mobs. And beyond them, further out, a scream. Not from the plaza behind him. From the field ahead. Naruto moved. He didn't think about it. Didn't calculate. His body blurred forward with speed that left a faint orange afterimage hanging in the air, the system struggling to render his movement. The field rushed past him, grass, wildflowers, a stone path, and then he was there. 3 players. 2 men and a woman, maybe early 20s, still in their starting gear. They'd wandered out of the safe zone, probably trying to run, not understanding the rules yet. A pack of wolves, not the docile boars near town but actual predators with red cursors marking them as aggressive, had surrounded them. Level 3 wolves in a game where these players were level 1 with no combat skills. One wolf lunged. Naruto drew the fox blade mid-stride and bisected it from skull to tail. The wolf burst into blue polygons, the game's death animation, and Naruto was already moving. Second wolf, horizontal slash, gone. Third and fourth came at him together from both sides. He stepped between their jaws like threading a needle and swept the blade in a full circle, amber light trailing from the edge. Both wolves shattered. The last 2 turned to run. Animals, even digital ones, knew a predator when they saw one. Naruto let them go. He turned to the 3 players. They stared at him with wide eyes and open mouths. The woman had a shallow red gash on her arm, an HP loss, minor but real to her. You okay? Naruto asked. How, what, you just, one of the men stammered. Stay near the town walls if you're not ready to fight, Naruto said. Those wolves were only level 3. Stuff gets worse the further out you go. Are you a beta tester? The woman asked. Her voice shook but her eyes were sharp, calculating even through the fear. Nope. I'm just fast. He grinned at them, wide, easy, and warm. Head back. Stay safe. He turned back toward the open field. More screams carried on the wind. The panicked exodus from the plaza had driven people in every direction, and not everyone had run toward safety. Naruto ran toward the screams. He lost count after the 20th rescue. Players who'd stumbled into mob territory, players who'd tried to fight boars and gotten swarmed when the boars grouped up, players who'd simply run until their stamina drained and collapsed in the open where anything could find them. Naruto swept through the fields around the town of beginnings like a storm front, the fox blade singing in his hand, amber light painting arcs in the air as he cut through everything that threatened a green cursor. Word spread fast. Even in those first chaotic hours, with no organization, no communication network, word spread. A blonde kid with whisker marks was out in the fields killing everything. Moving faster than the system should allow. Soloing packs that should overwhelm any single player. By the time the sun, the fake sun, the programmed sun, began to set on day one of the death game, Naruto had saved over 60 players. He sat on a boulder at the field's edge, watching the orange light spill across the grass. The fox blade lay across his knees, still pulsing with that steady amber glow. He wasn't tired, this body didn't seem to tire the way flesh did, but there was a weight in his chest that had nothing to do with HP or stamina. "You're thinking about them," Kurama said. "Sasuke. Sakura. Kakashi-sensei." Naruto watched the sunset that wasn't real. "They don't know where I am. I don't know if Madara's jutsu killed me or sent me here or what. For all I know, they think I'm dead. You might be dead. Thanks for that. I mean, our physical body might not exist anymore. Whatever that technique did, it may have converted us entirely into information. This world is made of data, and now, so are we." Naruto was quiet for a long moment. A breeze ruffled his hair, programmed wind, simulated sensation, and yet it felt like every breeze he'd ever stood in on top of the Hokage monument. "Then I guess this is home now," he said. "And these are my people now." "Just like that? What else am I gonna do, Kurama? Sit around and cry about it?" He stood, sheathed the blade, and stretched his arms over his head. "There's 10,000 people trapped here. Some madman built a death game and stuck them in it. People are gonna die every day until all 100 floors are cleared." He turned toward the distant silhouette of the tower, the labyrinth that led to floor 2. "So let's clear them. All 100. All 100. The two of us against 100 floors of death. Wouldn't be the craziest thing we've done." Naruto's grin was sharp in the fading light. "Remember the time we fought 6-tailed beasts at once? I remember you almost got us killed. Almost doesn't count." 3 days passed. Naruto had found an inn room in the town of beginnings, cheap, small, but a place to organize his thoughts. He'd spent those days learning the system. Not from guides or other players, he learned by doing, by pushing against the boundaries of what the game allowed. The results were staggering. His unique skill, listed in his menu simply as, 9-tailed fox blade, wasn't like any other sword skill in the game. Normal players activated sword skills by positioning their blade correctly and letting the system take over, guiding their strikes in predetermined patterns. Naruto's skill didn't work like that. It enhanced his own movements, his own instincts, wrapping them in foxfire energy that multiplied their force. He wasn't locked into patterns. He fought freely, and the system just amplified whatever he did. "It's because I'm not part of their code," Kurama explained on the third night as Naruto practiced in the fields, cutting through respawning boars like they were training posts. "The cardinal system, this world's operating intelligence, can't categorize us. So it accommodates us instead. Every time you do something new, the system writes a new rule to allow it. So the more creative I get, the stronger I get? Essentially. Though I suspect there are limits. The system has a creator, and creators don't like things they can't control. Naruto launched into a spinning combination, 3 horizontal slashes that transitioned into an upward diagonal, foxfire trailing from each strike in tails of amber light. The boar he targeted exploded into polygons before the third hit even landed. Good enough for now. He opened his menu. Level 8, obscenely high for day 3, when most players hadn't left the town of beginnings. His stats dwarfed anything a player his level should have. The Fox Blade's attack rating was a question mark, literally, the system couldn't calculate it, so it displayed where the number should be. Naruto closed the menu and looked north. The Labyrinth Tower was 3 days' travel for a normal player. He could make it in hours. But something kept him here. The same thing that had always driven him, not glory, not power, but people. In 3 days, over 2,000 players hadn't left the starting city. They'd given up already. Frozen in despair, spending their call on in rooms they'd eventually run out of money to afford, pretending that if they didn't engage with the game, it couldn't kill them. And then there were the ones trying. Small groups forming, beta testers sharing what they knew, people picking up swords for the first time and trying to learn. Brave, all of them. Stupid brave, the way Naruto respected. He'd been watching one in particular. She moved like water through the training fields, chestnut hair flying behind her, rapier extended in a thrust that hit the boar dead center. The mob shattered and she was already pivoting, seeking the next target. Her form was unpolished but her instincts were razor-sharp, and she fought with an intensity that bordered on desperate. Naruto had seen her on day 1, one of the players in the plaza who hadn't screamed, hadn't frozen. She'd gone pale and quiet, and then she'd walked out of the safe zone with nothing but a basic rapier and started killing things. 3 days later, she was level 5 and climbing faster than anyone except Naruto himself. He dropped from the tree he'd been sitting in and landed in the grass 10 meters from her. She spun, rapier leveled at him, eyes hard. "Relax," Naruto said, hands up. "I'm green cursor, see? Not a mob." Her eyes flicked to the cursor above his head, green for non-hostile player, and her stance loosened fractionally. "What do you want? Saw you training. You're good. I don't need a party. Didn't offer one." Naruto sat cross-legged in the grass, casual as a picnic. "What's your name?" She stared at him for a long moment. Something in his easy posture, his complete lack of threat despite the massive sword on his back, it seemed to disarm her more than any show of force could have. "Asuna," she said. "Naruto." He gestured at the field around them. "You've been out here since day 1. Haven't seen you rest. Resting is wasting time." Her grip tightened on the rapier. "Every minute we spend here is a minute we're not clearing floors. Not going home. Sure. But you're gonna burn out grinding alone in starter fields. And you have a better idea?" There was a challenge in her voice, and something else. An exhaustion she was trying to bury under aggression. "Yeah, actually." Naruto stood and drew the fox blade in a single motion. Amber light flared along the edge. Asuna took a step back, her eyes going wide. What is that skill? I've never seen, unique to me. Long story." He pointed the blade north. "I'm heading to the Labyrinth Tower tomorrow. First floor boss is in there somewhere. I'm gonna find it, figure out its patterns, and kill it. You want in?" Asuna stared at him. "The labyrinth, that's days of travel. Through zones way above our level." "Above your level," Naruto corrected. "Nothing out there is above mine." It should have sounded arrogant. From anyone else, it would have. But he said it the same way he might say the sky was blue, simple fact, no ego attached. "You're insane," Asuna said. "Probably. But I'm also gonna clear this game. All 100 floors." He sheathed the blade and turned to leave. "Offers open. I'll be at the north gate at sunrise." He walked away, hands behind his head, whistling something tuneless. Asuna watched him go, rapier still in hand, and for the first time in 3 days, the desperate edge in her chest loosened just slightly. She didn't know why. He was clearly crazy. Probably had a death wish. But he'd smiled like he wasn't afraid of anything. The north gate at sunrise. Naruto leaned against the stone arch, arms crossed, the fox blade's hilt visible over his shoulder. He hadn't expected Asuna to actually show. People talked big in crisis situations and then retreated to safety when the moment came. Footsteps on cobblestone. He opened one eye. Asuna stood there in her starter gear, light leather armor, rapier at her hip, hair tied back in a practical ponytail. Her jaw was set. Her eyes were clear. "Took you for a late sleeper," Naruto said. "Took you for a liar," she shot back. "But you're actually here, so." "Told you. 100 floors. You told me a lot of things. I'll believe them when I see them." Naruto pushed off the wall and started walking. Asuna fell into step beside him, and they passed through the gate together into the open fields beyond. The morning air was cool, another perfect simulation, another constructed sensation, but Naruto breathed it in like it was real because, for now, it was all he had. "So," Asuna said as they walked. "That sword of yours. The glow. What are you?" "What do you mean?" "I mean you're not a normal player. I saw you on day 1, you moved faster than anyone should be able to. People are already talking about you. The Fox Blade, they're calling you. I've been called worse." "That's not an answer." Naruto glanced at her, really looked, past the gear and the levels and the game mechanics. She was young, maybe his age or close to it. Scared but refusing to show it. Smart enough to know he was an anomaly and brave enough to confront him about it. "I'm not from this world," he said simply. "Not the real world behind this game, I mean, I'm from somewhere else entirely. I don't know how I got here. What I know is that my abilities carried over in a weird way, and the system doesn't know what to do with me." Asuna processed this. "You're saying you're from another dimension or something?" "Something like that." "That's insane. You keep saying that. Because it keeps being true." But she didn't leave. Didn't slow down. If anything, her pace increased, like the impossibility of him was fuel rather than deterrent. "Fine. Interdimensional sword guy. Whatever. Can you actually fight, or was the field stuff just flashy low-level grinding?" Naruto laughed, a real laugh, bright and loud in the morning air. "Oh, you're gonna be fun." They'd been walking 20 minutes when the first challenge appeared. The fields around the town of beginnings gave way to rougher terrain, scattered boulders, tall grass, the occasional dead tree. And in that rougher terrain, stronger mobs. A group of 5 kobold sentinels materialized from behind a rock formation, level 5 mobs, humanoid lizard warriors with crude axes and wooden shields. They spotted Naruto and Asuna and charged immediately, red eyes glowing. Asuna drew her rapier. 5 of them. Level 5. "We should," Naruto was already past her. He crossed the distance to the kobolds in a single heartbeat, fox blade drawn and burning amber. The first kobold didn't even register his presence before its head separated from its body in a shower of blue polygons. Naruto pivoted off that strike, letting momentum carry him into a rising diagonal that bisected the second kobold from hip to shoulder. His foot planted, he reversed direction, and the third kobold's shield shattered under a horizontal slash that continued through the shield, through the kobold, and into the fourth one behind it. Both exploded. The fifth kobold, the only one with time to react, raised its axe in a trembling block. Naruto's blade hit the axe and cut through it like paper. The kobold followed a half-second later. 5 enemies. 3 seconds. Not a single point of HP lost. He flicked the blade clean, unnecessary, there was no blood in this world, but old habits, and sheathed it. Turned back to Asuna. She hadn't moved. Her rapier was still drawn, held in a stance she'd never gotten to use. Her eyes were very wide. They were only level 5, Naruto said. You killed them in 3 seconds. Felt more like 2, honestly. Asuna sheathed her rapier slowly. She stared at him for a long time. Then something shifted in her expression, the desperation that had been driving her since day 1 cracked, and underneath it was something that might have been hope. You're really going to clear this game, she said. Not a question. Believe it. She almost smiled. Almost. Then let's move faster. They traveled north for hours. Naruto cleared everything in their path: kobold scouts, ruined kobold sentinels, dire wolves, a mini-boss that guarded a bridge crossing that he killed in 6 hits. Asuna watched, learned, and when smaller mobs appeared that she could handle, Naruto stepped back and let her fight. She was a natural. Raw, still learning the system's timing, but her instincts were extraordinary. She read mob patterns after seeing them once, adapted her footwork mid-fight, and her rapier found gaps in defenses like water finding cracks in stone. You fought before, Naruto said after she solo-killed a kobold trooper with a clean 3-hit combo. Not in games. For real. Fencing, Asuna said, slightly out of breath. Since I was 8. My mother insisted on it. Proper enrichment for a proper young lady. The bitterness in her voice was faint but unmistakable. Smart mom. That fencing's keeping you alive. She'd hate that. She'd hate all of this. Asuna wiped virtual sweat from her forehead, another simulated sensation. She'd probably find a way to blame me for getting trapped. Naruto said nothing to that. He recognized family wounds when he heard them, and he knew better than to poke at fresh ones. Instead, he nodded toward the horizon, where the labyrinth tower was now visible, a massive stone structure rising from the landscape like a fist. 2 more hours, he said. We can make the tower entrance by midday. And then what? We just walk in. We walk in, we map it, we find the boss room. Naruto cracked his knuckles. Then we introduce ourselves. The first floor boss will be designed for a full raid party. 48 players minimum, probably. Cool. Cool. That's your response to needing 48 players? Asuna. Naruto stopped walking and turned to face her fully. The wind caught his hair, and the fox blade pulsed on his back like a second heartbeat. I fought things that would make a floor boss look like those boars back in the starting field. Alone, without help, when I was younger than I am now. This game doesn't know what I am. Its rules don't apply to me the way they apply to everyone else. So yeah, cool. She searched his face for arrogance, for delusion, for the desperate bravado she'd seen in so many players already. She didn't find any of it. Just calm, complete certainty. You're either going to save everyone in this game, she said slowly, or you're the most dangerous lunatic I've ever met. Both. Both is good. This time, she actually smiled. The labyrinth tower's first floor was a maze of stone corridors, flickering torches, and increasingly aggressive mobs. Kobold warriors, ruined sentinels, trap rooms with poison arrows, pit traps with spike floors. Standard dungeon fare, designed to challenge large parties through attrition. Naruto walked through it like a tourist. Not carelessly, he kept Asuna safe, checked corners, noted trap patterns. But nothing threatened him. Mobs that should have been genuine threats at his level simply weren't. His speed, his reaction time, the fox blade's impossible attack rating, it all combined into something the dungeon wasn't designed to handle. The system is trying to scale to you, Asuna noticed, checking her map display. They'd been in the labyrinth for 3 hours, deeper than any player had gone. These mobs are higher level than they should be on this floor. It's like the dungeon is adjusting in real time. She's sharp, Kurama noted. You're right, Naruto said aloud to Asuna. The game keeps trying to challenge me and keeps failing. But it's learning. Each mob is a little smarter, a little tougher. That should worry you. Nah. Let it learn. I'll just get stronger faster than it can keep up. He paused at a junction, head tilted. Left. I can feel the boss room. You can feel, how? He tapped the fox blade's hilt. This thing resonates with strong enemies. Like a dowsing rod. And something big is down that left corridor. Real big. Asuna gripped her rapier. Then we scout it. Just scout. We map the room, observe the boss from outside, and report back to the other clearers. Sure. Naruto's grin said he had no intention of just scouting. They moved down the left corridor, wider than the others, the ceiling higher, the torches replaced with braziers of cold blue flame. Boss territory. The architecture shifted from dungeon to arena, the game telegraphing importance through visual design. The door was massive. 30 feet tall, carved with reliefs of a kobold king on a throne of bones. 2 torches flanked it, burning red. Naruto stood before it, one hand on the fox blade's hilt. The blade was vibrating against his back so hard he could hear it humming. Big guy in there, he said. Asuna stood beside him, rapier drawn, face set. I said just scout. And I heard you. Naruto. He looked at her. Really looked. She was scared, he could see it in the microtension around her eyes, the slight tremor in her sword arm that she was controlling through pure will. But she hadn't run. Hadn't suggested they turn back. She was here, at the boss door, on day 4 of the death game, because she refused to be someone who waited. Tell you what, Naruto said. We open the door. We look inside. If it charges us, I handle it. You stay behind me and watch, learn its patterns, its attack tells, its weak points. You're better at the analytical stuff than me anyway. And if it's too strong? Even for you? Naruto put his hand on the door. Asuna. Nothing in this game is too strong for me. He pushed. The door swung inward with a grinding roar, and blue-white light flooded the corridor. Beyond lay an enormous circular arena, vaulted ceiling lost in darkness above, pillars of carved stone ringing the edges, and at the center, Ilfong the Kobold Lord. 10 feet tall. Massive curved sword in one hand, leather buckler in the other. Thick blue-gray hide, bone armor plates bolted to its chest and shoulders. 3 full HP bars stacked above its head, glowing red. Around it, 3 ruined kobold sentinel guards materialized with barking war cries. The boss's eyes locked onto Naruto. It roared, a sound that shook dust from the ceiling and sent Asuna back a step. Naruto drew the fox blade and stepped into the arena. Stay by the door, he said over his shoulder. Watch and learn. Naruto, that's a raid boss, he was already moving. The 3 sentinels came at him first, a screening force, designed to occupy off-tanks while the main party engaged Ilfong. Naruto went through them without slowing. 3 flashes of amber light, 3 explosions of blue polygons, and the sentinels were memory. Ilfong bellowed and charged. Its massive sword swept in a horizontal arc that would have bisected a normal player, a one-hit kill for anyone without a tank build. Naruto ducked it by a finger's width, felt the wind of its passage ruffle his hair, and countered. The fox blade bit into Ilfang's side with a sound like thunder. Amber energy discharged into the wound, spreading through the boss's body in branching lines of fire. Ilfang's first HP bar dropped by a third in a single hit. The boss staggered. Its AI recalculated. This wasn't supposed to happen, one player, alone, dealing raid-level damage. Its patterns shifted, becoming faster, more aggressive. It switched to two-handed grip, abandoning the buckler for pure offense. Naruto grinned. There we go. Show me what you've got. Ilfong came at him with a 4-hit combo, overhead slam, horizontal sweep, rising diagonal, spinning slash. Each strike was fast enough to blur, powerful enough to crater the stone floor where they missed. A masterwork of combat AI, designed to overwhelm through relentless aggression. Naruto dodged every hit. Not blocked. Not parried. Dodged. He wove between the strikes like they were moving in slow motion, his body flickering with afterimages, the fox blade lighting up his movements in amber tracery. And after the 4th hit of the combo, when Ilfong was locked in its recovery animation, Naruto struck. 3 hits. 3 distinct flashes of the fox blade, each one trailing a tail of golden fire. Upper arm, exposed knee joint, across the face. Ilfang's first HP bar shattered. The boss howled and leaped backward, its AI entering phase 2. New patterns, new attacks. A talwar replaced the curved sword, faster, more agile, with different swing animations. At the door, Asuna watched with her mouth open. Her analytical mind, the one that had memorized fencing patterns since childhood, that processed combat information faster than she could consciously think, was cataloging everything. Ilfang's tell before its overhead strike, the slight leftward lean. The recovery window after its spinning combo, 1.3 seconds. The weak point where Naruto's strikes did the most damage, the exposed joints where bone armor didn't cover. She was learning. Even as she watched the impossible, one player soloing a raid boss, she was learning. Naruto wasn't showing off. He wasn't dragging the fight out for entertainment. He was fighting the way he always fought, with complete commitment, finding the rhythm of his enemy, then breaking it. Ilfang's second HP bar fell in chunks, each of Naruto's strikes carving away massive portions. When the second bar broke, Ilfang screamed. Phase 3. Its eyes turned red, its speed doubled, and it began using jumping attacks that covered the entire arena. This was the phase designed to kill players who'd gotten complacent, the phase where raid parties needed to rotate tanks, where healers burned through potions, where one mistake meant death. Naruto planted his feet. Foxfire erupted around him, not just along the blade but wreathing his entire body, 9 faint tails of amber light fanning out behind him like wings. The system glitched, pixels scattering at the edges of his silhouette as the cardinal system tried and failed to render what he was doing within normal parameters. Let's finish this, Kit. Yeah. Ilfong descended from above, a diving attack, talwar aimed at Naruto's skull, the boss's full weight and momentum behind it. A killing blow designed as the fight's climax, the attack that would punish any player who didn't have a full party to distribute aggro. Naruto met it head-on. He swung upward, one stroke, both hands on the fox blade, 9 tails of amber fire converging into a single blazing arc. The blade met the talwar and cut through it. Cut through the talwar, through Ilfang's arms, through its chest, through its head. One hit. The entire 3rd HP bar, gone. Ilfong the Kobold Lord exploded into a cascade of blue polygons so dense it looked like rain. Congratulations banners appeared. Victory music played. Loot windows popped up. Naruto stood in the center of the empty arena, foxfire fading from his shoulders, breathing hard, the first time he'd been even slightly winded since arriving in this world. Huh, he said. Not bad for a first boss. Behind him, he heard rapid footsteps. Asuna ran into the arena, rapier sheathed, eyes blazing with something caught between fury and awe. That was, it had 3 health bars. Full raid boss. And I told you, Naruto said simply. Nothing in this game is too strong. Asuna stared at him. The congratulations banners still floated in the air, golden and absurd. She was shaking, adrenaline, she told herself. Just adrenaline. When word gets out about this, she said quietly, everything changes. Good. Naruto checked his loot. A coat, the coat of midnight, rare drop from the boss. He equipped it immediately. Black with amber trim, it settled over his shoulders and the fox blade like it was made for him. 1 floor down. 99 to go. You're going to keep doing this? Soloing floor bosses? Until someone stops me or I run out of floors. He turned to her and extended a hand. But it doesn't have to be solo. You're fast, you're smart, and you didn't run when a 10-foot lizard king was trying to kill me. That's rare. Asuna looked at his hand. At his face, open, honest, grinning like he hadn't just done the impossible. No ulterior motive in those blue eyes. No calculation. Just genuine warmth and an offer extended freely. She took his hand. His grip was firm and warm. Partners? He asked. For now, she said. Until you get us killed. That's not gonna happen. You don't know that. Yeah, I do. And the way he said it, certain, quiet, absolute, she almost believed him. They emerged from the labyrinth tower into evening light. The first floor's portal to floor 2 had activated behind them, the boss was dead, the path was open, and in the system's log, visible to every player in Aincrad, a message had appeared, Floor 1 boss defeated. Congratulations. Floor 2 now accessible. First clear bonus awarded to Naruto. In the town of beginnings, 10,000 players saw that message. Most thought it was a glitch, day 4, and the first boss was already dead? That was impossible. The beta testers hadn't even organized a proper scouting party yet. But it wasn't a glitch. And by morning, the whole of Aincrad would know the name. The Fox Blade had arrived. Naruto and Asuna made camp, or rather, Naruto bought food from an NPC vendor at a tiny outpost between the labyrinth and town, and they sat on a hillside watching the stars. Fake stars. Programmed constellations. Beautiful anyway. Can I ask you something? Asuna said, pulling apart a bread roll that tasted like every bread roll in the game, warm, generic, faintly sweet. Shoot. If you're really from another world, your world. What were you doing there? Before you came here? Naruto was quiet for a moment. The stars reflected in his eyes, or maybe that was the fox blade's glow. Fighting a war, he said. A big one. The kind where the whole world hangs in the balance. He laughed, but it was smaller than his usual laugh. I was trying to save everyone. Same as here, I guess. Did you? Save everyone? I don't know. I got pulled here before it ended. He drew his knees up, rested his arms on them. My friends are still there. Fighting without me. And I can't, he stopped. Swallowed. Asuna watched the grief cross his face. Quick, raw, and immediately wrestled back under control. He wasn't invincible, she realized. His body might be untouchable in combat, but his heart was as exposed as anyone's. I'm sorry, she said. And meant it. Don't be. The grin came back, smaller, softer, but real. I'll find my way back to them. After I finish here. That's just how it works, you do the impossible one step at a time. First, clear the game. Get these 10,000 people home safe. Then figure out the interdimensional travel stuff. You make it sound so simple. It is simple. Simple doesn't mean easy, but it's simple. Asuna set down her bread and pulled her knees up, mirroring his posture unconsciously. They sat in comfortable silence for a while, two people at the beginning of something neither of them could name yet. I'll help, she said finally. Clearing the game. I'm nowhere near your level, but I'm getting stronger fast. I can coordinate other players, I'm good at organizing people, strategy, logistics. You can't just solo your way through everything. Why not? Because even if you clear the bosses, there are 10,000 people on lower floors who need leveling routes, safe zones, supply lines, information. One person can't do all of that, no matter how strong they are. You need an army. Naruto looked at her. She was right, and he knew it. It was the same lesson he'd learned as a shinobi, that one strong person could win battles, but it took a village to win a war. Okay, he said. You handle the army stuff. I'll handle the hitting things with a sword stuff. That's reductive. That's efficient. She huffed, almost a laugh, not quite, but closer than anything she'd managed since day one. Fine. Partners. Partners. Naruto flopped onto his back in the grass, arms spread wide. And Asuna? What? We're getting out of here. All of us. That's a promise. She didn't answer. But she didn't argue, either. And in the silence, with the fake stars above and the impossible boy beside her, Asuna Yuki felt something she hadn't felt in 4 days. She felt like maybe, just maybe, tomorrow wasn't something to dread. Dawn on day 5. The town of beginnings was in chaos. The floor clear notification had spread like wildfire. Beta testers who'd been hoarding information were suddenly irrelevant. Someone had soloed the first floor boss in 4 days without any of their carefully hoarded knowledge. Guilds that were just beginning to form suddenly had to recalculate their entire approach. And everyone, wanted to know who Naruto was. He walked into the town square at mid-morning, still wearing the coat of midnight, fox blade on his back, and Asuna half a step behind him. Heads turned. Whispers rippled. That's him, no way, he's a kid, the fox blade, look at the sword, he cheated, he must have cheated, cheated how? The system doesn't allow, beta tester. Has to be a beta tester. Naruto ignored all of it. He'd walked through hostile crowds before, hell, he'd grown up in one. The whispers of 10,000 scared gamers were nothing compared to the cold hatred of a village that saw a monster in a child's skin. He stopped in the center of the square and raised his voice. Not a shout, just projected, the way Irika-sensei had taught him. Battlefield voice. Carry without screaming. Listen up. The square went quiet. Hundreds of players stared at him. Floor 2 is open. The boss is dead. I killed it. No false modesty, no hedging. I'm heading to floor 2 today. Then floor 3, then floor 4, all the way up. If you want to fight, if you want to get out of this game and go home, then get stronger and come to the front lines. I don't care about your level, your gear, or whether you're a beta tester. I care about whether you'll fight. Silence. Then, one person can't clear this game, someone shouted from the crowd. Watch me. Naruto's eyes found the shouter, a heavy-set man with a spear, face red with emotion. But you're right, I shouldn't have to do it alone. Every person here is capable of fighting. Every single one. You just haven't tried yet. Easy for you to say. You're some kind of freak, your stats, your skill, it's not fair. Fair? Naruto's voice went quiet. Dangerous quiet. A madman trapped 10,000 people in a death game. Fair left the building on day 1. All that matters now is what you do about it. He turned away from the shouter and swept his gaze across the crowd. I'll clear the bosses. That's my job. But the floors between bosses? The leveling, the mapping, the resource gathering? That takes everyone. So stop sitting in this town waiting to run out of money and start fighting. Start today. He walked out of the square without waiting for a response. Asuna followed, shaking her head. That was your motivational speech, she said. What's wrong with it? Most people respond better to gentleness than to stop being cowards and fight. I didn't call anyone a coward. You implied it pretty heavily. Good. They need the push. Naruto glanced back over his shoulder at the crowd. Already he could see movement, players standing taller, hands going to weapons, conversation sparking. Not everyone. Not even most. But some. A few of them heard me. That's enough. A few becomes many if you give them something to believe in. And what's that? Proof. Proof that this game can be beaten. He turned forward, toward the north gate, toward floor 2. Come on. Let's go give them more proof. By nightfall on day 5, Naruto had cleared the first 3 field zones of floor 2 and was halfway to the labyrinth. Asuna had gained 2 levels just from the experience share of traveling with him. The floor's mobs were stronger, level 8 to 10 range, and they actually required her to pay attention, which she appreciated more than she'd admit. She was getting faster. The system's rapier skills were merging with her real fencing knowledge, creating something hybrid and lethal. Naruto offered pointers when he saw openings, not condescending, just direct. You drop your left shoulder before a thrust. Telegraphs it. Your recovery is too slow after the linear skill. Don't rely on the system animation, break out of it early. Good. Again. Faster this time. He trained her the way someone had clearly trained him, with high expectations, genuine investment, and the unshakable assumption that she could rise to meet any challenge. It was intoxicating in a way Asuna didn't fully understand yet. That night, in a safe zone on floor 2, Asuna opened her menu and looked at her stats. Level 7. Higher than almost anyone else in the game except Naruto himself. Her rapier skill had risen to a level that most players wouldn't reach for weeks. 4 days ago, she'd been a girl with no gaming experience and a death sentence hanging over her head. Now she was becoming something else. Hey, Naruto, she called across their small campsite. He was sitting against a tree, eyes closed, doing something he called meditation that seemed to involve communing with whatever entity lived in his sword. When you said nothing is too strong for you, is that true? Really true? No exaggeration? He opened one eye. The amber glow from the fox blade reflected in it, making it look almost gold. In this world? Yeah. I haven't hit my ceiling yet, and I don't think this game has one high enough. But in your world? The war you were fighting? His eye closed again. A long pause. There were people who pushed me to my limit, he admitted. Made me dig for everything I had and then some. People who could have killed me if things went differently. But that's what made me strong, having enemies worth surpassing. And here? Here, I haven't found anyone worth surpassing. The mobs are just data following scripts. Even the boss, it was strong, but it wasn't smart. It couldn't adapt, couldn't think, couldn't make me afraid. He was quiet for a moment. But this game has 100 floors. Maybe something up there will surprise me. Asuna pulled her blanket tighter around her shoulders. I hope not. Naruto smiled in the darkness. Get some sleep. We hit the labyrinth at dawn. She lay down and closed her eyes, and the last thing she saw before sleep took her was the faint amber glow pulsing steadily from the sword on his back, like a heartbeat. Like a promise. In the town of beginnings, as the artificial moon hung overhead, a message appeared in a certain player's inbox. She was sitting alone in a cheap-in room, had been alone since day 1, by choice. A bow and quiver leaned against the wall beside her bed. In a game dominated by swords and shields, she'd found the only ranged class available, a throwing pick build that she'd modified, through sheer mechanical stubbornness, into something approaching a sniper role. Sinon, or rather, Shino Asada behind the username, read the system notification for the 3rd time. Floor 1 boss defeated. First clear bonus awarded to Naruto. One player. One boss. Day 4. She set down the notification and picked up her bow. Turned it over in her hands. She'd been mapping safe routes on floor 1 for the past 3 days, sneaking through zones, marking spawn points and patrol routes, leaving the information in public boards where anyone could find it without ever attaching her name. Helping without connecting. Contributing without existing. It was safe. It was controlled. It was the way she'd survived everything in her life, at a distance, through a scope, never close enough to be touched. But someone had just soloed a raid boss in 4 days. Someone was moving forward with a speed and force that made her careful, measured approach look like standing still. Sinon set the bow down and stared at the ceiling. The Fox Blade, she murmured. The name was everywhere on the message boards already. Wild theories, a hacker, a GM in disguise, a beta tester with exploit knowledge. Nobody believed one normal player could do what the notifications claimed. She didn't either. But she wanted to see for herself. Deep in the floating castle of Aincrad, in a space between the system's visible layers, a man sat at a terminal that didn't exist in any player's version of reality. Heathcliff, Kayaba Akihiko, scrolled through combat logs with growing fascination. The Fox Blade. Player, Naruto. No surname registered. No nerve gear serial number associated with any known real-world identity. Equipment, 1 sword, unique class. Skill, 9-tailed fox blade, not in the Cardinal Systems database. Not created by Kayaba. Not possible within the game's architecture. And yet there it was. Functioning. Growing. Writing new code into the system with every fight, every skill activation, new parameters that the Cardinal system absorbed and accommodated because it had no protocols for rejection. The game was designed to be comprehensive, to account for everything. This player was exploiting that design philosophy simply by existing. Kayaba leaned back and, for the first time since launch day, smiled with genuine surprise. How interesting, he said to the empty room. Something I didn't create. Something I can't predict. He closed the terminal and stood. His avatar, Heathcliff, leader of the not-yet-formed Knights of the Blood Oath, would enter the game proper soon. He'd planned to wait, to let the players struggle, to observe his world from the inside at his leisure. But this anomaly changed things. This, Naruto, changed things. For the first time, Kayaba Akihiko didn't know how his story would end. And that was beautiful. On floor 2, under fake stars, Naruto slept dreamlessly. The fox blade pulsed beside him, steady as a heartbeat, and in its amber glow, the faintest image flickered, 9 tails, fanning wide, wrapping around 2 worlds at once. 100 floors. 10,000 lives. And one ninja who refused to let anyone tell him something was impossible. The game had just begun. Chapter 2, The Girl Who Forgot How to Miss 3 weeks into the death game, and Aincrad had found its rhythm of despair. The town of beginnings had become a refugee camp. 8,000 players still huddled within its walls, burning through call reserves, buying NPC food, sleeping in rented rooms they'd soon be unable to afford. A few enterprising souls had set up shops, player-crafted goods, information brokers, even a makeshift tavern where people drank virtual ale and pretended the world outside didn't exist. The other 2,000 had scattered across floors 1 through 4. Leveling. Grinding. Dying. 213 players dead in 3 weeks. Some to mobs. Some to traps. 14 to other players, the orange cursor killers who decided that if morality was just a social construct, a death game was the perfect excuse to abandon it. Naruto knew the number. He checked it every morning in the Monument of Life, that massive black obelisk in the starting city where every player's name was carved, and where the names of the dead were crossed out in red. 213 red lines. 213 people he hadn't saved. It ate at him more than he'd admit. But stopping wasn't an option. Slowing down wasn't an option. So Naruto did what he always did, he pushed forward harder. Floor 5 had opened 2 days ago. Naruto had soloed the Floor 4 boss in 11 minutes, a massive stone golem called the Granite Colossus, and the clearing group that had assembled to challenge it arrived to find the victory message already floating in the empty arena. Reactions were mixed. Relief that the floor was cleared. Frustration that they'd been rendered irrelevant. Fear of the player who could do what full raid parties couldn't. Asuna had been right about needing an army. She'd spent the past 2 weeks building one, not a guild, not yet, but a network. Information sharing. Leveling guides. Safe route maps. Supply lines from crafters to frontliners. She was level 14 now, a force in her own right, and her organizational skills had made her a central node in the emerging clearing community. She and Naruto still traveled together when their paths aligned, but she'd found her own role, strategist, coordinator, the mind behind the muscle. And she was thriving in it. Naruto, meanwhile, was on Floor 5. Alone. Floor 5 was a ruin. Not the medieval European aesthetic of the first 4 floors, this was something older, stranger. Crumbling stone temples swallowed by jungle. Vine-choked colonnades stretching into mist. Rivers of dark water cutting through ancient plazas where moss grew thick on fallen statues. The mobs here were different too, not kobolds or golems but spectral guardians, temple sentinels with glowing eyes and weapons that phased through physical blocks. Naruto loved it. This place reminds me of the land of demons, he told Kurama as he cut through a pair of phantom defenders. The fox blade's energy disrupted their spectral forms, whatever they were made of, it wasn't immune to chakra-equivalent damage. Remember that mission with Cheyenne? I remember you nearly dying because you couldn't keep your mouth shut. Details. Naruto sheathed his blade and surveyed the clearing he'd made. The jungle pressed in from all sides, dark, humid, alive with the sounds of unseen mobs. This floor's different from the others. More complex. The pathing isn't linear. It's designed as an exploration floor. The labyrinth tower isn't just at one end, there are multiple entrance points hidden throughout the zone. The boss room could be accessed from several directions. Which means the clearing group can't just follow my trail and waltz in. Naruto frowned. They'll need maps. Detailed ones. Not your problem. Everything's my problem. Kurama's sigh resonated through the blade. You haven't changed since you were 12. Fine, but mapping takes time. Time you could spend reaching the boss. The boss isn't going anywhere. Naruto pulled out a teleport crystal, rare, expensive, the only fast travel method between floors. I'm heading back to floor 1. Need to leave some notes for Asuna about the floor layout. You could message her. The in-game messages are garbage. Character limit's too short for what I need to explain. You want to see her? Naruto didn't answer that. He activated the crystal and vanished in a column of blue light. He didn't find Asuna on floor 1. She was on floor 3, running a training exercise for a group of mid-level players who'd volunteered for clearing duty. So Naruto left his notes at their usual dead drop, a specific NPC vendor's shop where they'd bookmarked a public storage locker, and headed back to floor 5. The teleport deposited him at the floor's entrance point, a crumbling archway at the jungle's edge. Late afternoon here, the artificial sun filtering through the canopy in gold-green shafts. Naruto stretched, cracked his neck, and stopped. Something was wrong. Not combat wrong, he'd have drawn the blade already if it were mobs. This was something else. A sound out of place in the ambient jungle noise. He closed his eyes and listened the way Kakashi had taught him to listen, not with his ears but with his awareness, feeling the space around him for disturbances. There. East-northeast, maybe 300 meters. The sound of combat, but muted, controlled. Precise. And underneath it, barely audible, the sharp crack of something that wasn't a sword. Naruto moved through the jungle like a ghost. 3 weeks in this world had taught him how to navigate without triggering mob spawns. Certain paths were safe corridors, invisible to the AI's detection grid. He'd mapped them instinctively, the same way he'd mapped patrol routes as a genin sneaking through enemy territory. The sounds grew clearer. Combat, definitely, the particular digital ring of weapon-on-mob contact. But also that cracking sound, rhythmic and precise. 1, 2, 3. Pause. 1, 2. Pause. He reached a ridge overlooking a shallow valley, an ancient amphitheater, half reclaimed by jungle. Stone seating terraced down to a circular stage where a player was fighting. Naruto crouched at the ridge's edge and watched. She was alone. Short dark hair, a long blue-gray coat, and a bow. Not the clunky shortbow that the game offered as a secondary weapon, something modified, elongated, with a mechanical quality to its construction. She held it like it was an extension of her arm, and the arrows she fired weren't standard either. They flew in flat, fast trajectories more like bullets than arced projectiles. 3 phantom defenders had spawned in the amphitheater. She was engaging them at range, and not just engaging. Dismantling. First arrow, clean through the lead phantom's eye socket. The mob staggered, its ghostly form flickering. Second arrow, the right one's weapon hand, pinning it mid-swing, creating a stagger window. Third arrow, she'd already moved, repositioned 7 meters to the left while Naruto was still processing the second shot, through the first phantom's chest where a core would be. It shattered into polygons. The remaining 2 charged her. She didn't panic. Didn't retreat. She fired twice more, rapid, almost overlapping, and both arrows found the same eye socket weak point. Both phantoms dropped. 5 arrows. 3 kills. 0 damage taken. Damn, Naruto breathed. That's not a standard bow skill, Kurama said. She's modified something. Weapon mods? Custom build? Whatever she's done, it's outside the normal archery parameters. Yeah. Naruto watched the girl collect her loot drops, quick, efficient, no celebration, and check her map. She moved to the amphitheater's far exit, already heading deeper into the floor. Alone. On floor 5. Where most solo players would be dead in minutes. She wasn't most players. Naruto followed. He kept his distance for 20 minutes. Watched her navigate the jungle with a competence that spoke to extensive solo experience. She knew the mob spawn patterns, avoided them when possible, eliminated them with surgical precision when necessary. Never more arrows than required. Never a wasted movement. She was mapping, he realized. Every few minutes she'd pause, open her menu, and mark something on her player map. Path spawn locations. Resource nodes. She was building a comprehensive guide to Floor 5's jungle zone, and doing it entirely alone. She's been doing this for a while, Kurama observed. Her movements suggest she's mapped floors before this one. The safe route data that's been appearing on the public boards, Naruto said. Asuna mentioned it, anonymous contributions, incredibly detailed. Someone mapping solo and sharing the information without credit. This girl. Has to be. The jungle thinned ahead, the trees giving way to a ravine spanned by a single stone bridge. Ancient, crumbling, barely wide enough for one person. The girl paused at the bridge's edge, checking her map. On the far side, Naruto could see what she was heading toward, a cave entrance, likely a dungeon subzone. Good mapping data if she could get inside. She took a step onto the bridge. The stone cracked. Not slowly. Not gradually. The entire bridge disintegrated, a trap trigger, hidden in the architecture, activating the moment weight hit the first stone. The girl dropped with it, her body plunging toward the ravine floor 30 meters below. Naruto moved. He crossed the distance between them in a heartbeat, not running but something closer to teleportation, a burst of foxfire propulsion that the system registered as a movement skill despite never having been programmed as one. His hand caught her wrist just as gravity took full hold, his feet planted on the ravine's lip, body braced against the pull. The bridge fragments crashed to the ravine floor far below. On those rocks, he could see the red glow of mob cursors. Something lived down there, something waiting for exactly this kind of fall. The girl hung from his grip, eyes wide behind her hair. Then those eyes sharpened. She twisted, free hand going for a dagger at her belt. Whoa, easy. Naruto hauled her up and over the edge in one motion, depositing her on solid ground. I'm friendly. Green cursor, see? She landed in a crouch, dagger drawn, 3 meters of distance between them in an instant. Her eyes swept over him, cursor check, threat assessment, escape routes catalogued. All in about a second and a half. Who are you? Cold voice. Controlled. No trace of gratitude yet, only evaluation. Naruto. He raised both hands, palms out. Saw the bridge give out. Figured falling to death would ruin your day. Her eyes locked onto the sword over his shoulder. The amber pulse. The dark coat. Something clicked behind her expression, he could see it. The fox blade, she said flatly. People keep calling me that. Because you soloed 4 floor bosses in 3 weeks. She straightened from her crouch but didn't sheath the dagger. What are you doing here? Same as you, probably. Mapping floor 5. Except I'm not doing it from the shadows. Her jaw tightened. You were following me. For like 20 minutes, yeah. No point lying, she'd have known. Saw you take out those phantoms in the amphitheater. You're good. I don't need your assessment. Didn't say you did. I'm just observing out loud. Naruto lowered his hands but kept his posture open, non-threatening. You've been posting maps on the public boards. Anonymous. The safe route data, that's you. Silence. Then a fractional nod. It's been saving lives, Naruto said. People use those maps every day. The clearing group builds their strategy around them. I know. So why hide it? Why not take credit? Because credit means visibility. Visibility means interaction. Interaction means, she stopped herself. Sheathed the dagger with a sharp motion. It's not your concern. Naruto studied her. The walls were obvious, thick, well-maintained, load-bearing. She'd built them with intention and lived behind them with discipline. He recognized the architecture because he'd seen it before, in people who carried something they didn't think others could understand. What's your name? He asked. Why? Because you just almost died and I caught you and I figure that earns at least a name. The barest flicker of something in her eyes, annoyance? Amusement? Hard to tell. Sinon, she said. Sinon. Cool. He gestured at the ravine. That bridge trap, it's not on any map I've seen. New trigger? First time encountering it. She moved to the ravine's edge and peered down. The bridge was marked as a safe crossing on floor 5's preliminary data. Either the data was wrong or the trigger is conditional. Or the system generated it recently. Naruto crouched beside her, looking down. The red cursors below moved in patterns, big ones. Floor 5 seems to do that. Dynamic generation. Stuff changes. Sinon looked at him. You've noticed that too? Hard to miss when a path you walked yesterday has different mobs today. He stood, brushed off his knees. Listen, you obviously want to be alone. I get it. But this floor is nastier than the ones before it, and that trap would have killed you if I wasn't here. I survived 4 floors alone. You did. And you're skilled enough to keep doing it. But this floor has kill traps disguised as safe terrain. Solo mapping just became a lot more dangerous. Your point? Naruto shrugged. No point. Just saying, if you want backup, I'm heading the same direction you are. We don't have to talk. We don't have to be friends. But 2 sets of eyes catch traps that 1 set misses. Sinon stared at him for a long moment. Her expression gave away nothing, a perfect mask, honed through what he suspected was extensive practice. You cleared 4 floor bosses solo, she said. You don't need a mapper. Need and want are different things. And you want company? Naruto's grin was easy and unguarded. I always want company. I'm a people person. Something shifted in her eyes, not a crack in the wall, nothing that dramatic. More like a window being considered. Fine. Until we reach the next safe zone. Then I go my way. Deal. He extended his hand. She looked at it like it might bite her. She didn't take it. Naruto shrugged and dropped his hand without offense. Lead the way, then. You know this floor better than me. Sinon turned and moved along the ravine's edge, seeking an alternate route to the cave system. Naruto fell into step beside her, not too close, not too far. The distance of a respectful stranger rather than an intrusive ally. They walked in silence for 10 minutes. Sinon mapped as they went, opening her menu every few hundred meters to mark terrain features, mob spawns, environmental hazards. Naruto watched the jungle around them, fox blade humming against his back, sensing threats before they materialized. You're quiet, she said eventually. People warned me you were loud. People say a lot of things about me. Some of it's even true. He ducked under a low-hanging vine. I can be quiet when someone needs me to be. I don't need you to be anything. Sure. More silence. But the quality of it had changed, from hostile to merely neutral. Progress, by Naruto's standards. They found the alternate path, a narrow goat trail switchbacking down the ravine's far side, leading to a shelf of rock that bridged the gap at a lower point. Mobs below, but the shelf was high enough to avoid aggro range if they moved carefully. Carefully wasn't Naruto's specialty, but he managed. On the far side, the cave system opened before them, a yawning mouth in the cliff face, darkness within broken by bioluminescent growths on the walls. Sinon paused at the entrance, mapping the location, noting the mob types visible just inside the threshold. Dungeon subzone, she confirmed. Probably feeds into the labyrinth tower from an alternate angle. Good data for the clearing group. You going in? Normally, yes. She glanced at him. With you here, the mobs will likely scale up. Your presence affects the system's difficulty calibration. Oh. Naruto rubbed the back of his head. Didn't think about that. Most people don't think about the effects their presence has on others. That one landed with more weight than surface-level game mechanics. Naruto heard it. Filed it away. Tell you what, he said. I'll stay at the entrance. Keep watch. You map the interior alone, the mobs won't scale if I'm not triggering the dungeon instance with you. When you're done, come back and we'll head to the safe zone. Sinon blinked. It was, apparently, not the response she'd expected. You just, wait? You need accurate data for the maps. My being there screws that up. So I'll wait. He sat down against the cave wall, cross-legged, sword across his lap. Take your time. She stared at him for 5 full seconds. Then she turned and walked into the cave without another word. She was gone for an hour and 17 minutes. Naruto counted because Kurama was bored and kept a running tally of seconds just to be annoying. 1 hour, 17 minutes, and 4 seconds. She's thorough. She's also not dead, which is impressive for a solo mapper in an unmapped dungeon. She's good. Really good. Naruto had spent the time meditating, pushing Foxfire through his system, testing the limits of what the cardinal system would allow. He discovered he could extend sensory awareness through the blade, feeling mob presences in a wide radius. Not useful in combat, he was fast enough that advance warning was unnecessary, but useful for scouting. Her bow technique is something else. Custom modified? Has to be. The base archery system in this game is rudimentary, designed as a support skill, not a primary weapon. She's forced it into a combat-viable role through mechanical innovation. Reminds me of that puppet user you fought in the Chunin exams, making a limited toolset do things it was never designed for. Kankuro. Yeah. Naruto smiled. Clever fighters are the most dangerous kind. Footsteps from the cave. Sinon emerged, uninjured, bow across her back. She looked slightly surprised to find him still there. You actually waited. Said I would. She opened her map and showed him. The cave system was extensive. Multiple chambers, branching paths, a mini-boss room at the far end. And at the deepest point, a back entrance to what she believed was the labyrinth tower's lower levels. This is incredible, Naruto said, leaning in to study the map. A back door to the labyrinth? That means the clearing group could bypass the jungle entirely if they take this route. If they can handle the dungeon mobs. They're level 12 to 14 in there. Above average for floor 5's external zones. Doable for a coordinated party. Asuna's group could handle it. Asuna? Sinon's voice carried a note of recognition. The rapier player organizing the clearers? That's her. She's building something serious, a proper frontline coalition. Your maps have been helping her a lot. I don't do it for her specifically. I know. You do it for everyone. Naruto met her eyes. Anonymously. Because you don't want anyone to owe you anything. Sinon's expression closed off. The safe zone is 20 minutes northwest. I'll mark the path. Sinon. What? You don't have to be alone. In this or in general. The temperature between them dropped 10 degrees. You don't know anything about me. I know you're spending every day risking your life to make maps that save strangers. I know you're strong enough to solo content that kills parties. And I know you do it all without anyone knowing your name. He stood, brushed dirt from his coat. That's not privacy. That's punishment. Her hand twitched toward her dagger. Not a real threat, reflex. Defensive reflex. You have no right, you're right. I don't. Naruto's voice was gentle. Not soft, he didn't do soft, but gentle in the way of someone who'd been where she was. I just recognize it because I used to do the same thing. Kept everyone at arm's length because I figured they'd leave anyway, so why let them close? This isn't the same. Maybe not. He started walking northwest, the direction she'd indicated. But if you ever decide it is, I'm easy to find. Just look for the explosions. Sinon stood frozen for 10 seconds. Then she followed, because the alternative was standing alone in the jungle at dusk, and because, despite everything she told herself, something in his words had found a crack in the wall she hadn't known existed. The safe zone was a small stone temple, one of floor 5's scattered rest points, where mobs couldn't enter and players could sleep, eat, and manage inventory. A blue boundary circle marked its perimeter, glowing faintly in the growing dark. Naruto set up camp, which mostly meant buying food from his inventory and sitting against a pillar. Sinon took the opposite side of the temple, maximum distance, back to a wall. They ate in silence. 10 minutes passed. It's not punishment, Sinon said quietly. Naruto looked up from his bread. She wasn't looking at him, staring at the jungle beyond the safe zone's border, where the shadows had teeth. It's control. When you're alone, the only person who can hurt you is yourself. And that's manageable. Naruto set down his food. Yeah. I get that. You don't. You're the most connected player in this game. You have allies, a partner, people who follow you. You don't know what it's like to grow up with everyone in your village hating you? Naruto's voice was even. Not angry, not pitying. Just honest. To be a kid that every adult avoided, every other child was told to stay away from? To eat alone, train alone, go home to an empty apartment every night and wonder what was wrong with you? Sinon turned to look at him. I was alone for 12 years, Naruto said. Not by choice, by circumstance. Everyone around me was afraid of something sealed inside me. Something I couldn't control, couldn't remove, couldn't even understand until I was old enough to find out the truth. He tapped the fox blade's hilt. This. Or what this used to be. A monster that attacked my village. They sealed it in me the day I was born, and the village never forgave me for it. The jungle was quiet around them. Even the ambient sound seemed muted, as if the system itself was listening. I learned the same thing you learned, Naruto continued. That being alone is safe. That if you don't let people close, they can't look at you with those eyes, the ones that say you're less than human. You're a thing to be feared or pitied or avoided. Sinon's hands were very still in her lap. But it's a lie, Naruto said. The safety of isolation is a lie. Because you're still in pain, you just convinced yourself it's normal. And it's not. It's not normal and you don't deserve it. You don't know what I've done. Barely a whisper. No. And you don't have to tell me. But whatever it is, whatever you're punishing yourself for, I bet it doesn't deserve a life sentence of solitary confinement. Sinon was quiet for a long time. The bioluminescent growths on the temple walls pulsed slowly, blue, green, green. Like breathing. I hurt someone, she said. In the real world. Before this game. A swallow. I was young. There was a gun. Someone was going to hurt my mother, and I reacted. I took the gun and she stopped. You saved your mother's life, Naruto said. I killed a person. Raw. Blunt. No hedging. Yeah. Naruto's voice held no judgment. No flinch. And then you carried it alone. For years, probably. No one to tell. No one who'd understand. Just you and the weight of it. Her eyes were wet. She hated it, he could see the fury at her own vulnerability burning alongside the grief. How do you just say things like that? Like it's simple? Because from where I'm sitting, it is simple. You were a kid. You protected your mother. The world made you carry a weight no child should have to carry, and instead of breaking, you got stronger. Colder, maybe. Lonelier. But stronger. You're romanticizing it. I'm telling you what I see. Naruto leaned forward, elbows on his knees, and his blue eyes held hers without wavering. I see someone who could be an incredible ally. Who is incredible, alone, on floor 5, mapping routes that save lives. But who won't let herself be part of something because she thinks she doesn't deserve it. You're wrong. Okay. He leaned back. Then prove me wrong. Keep being alone. Keep mapping in the shadows. Keep carrying it solo until this game is cleared or until you, he stopped. Shook his head. Look, I'm not gonna force you into anything. That's not how this works. I'm just saying, there's a place at the front lines for someone with your skills. And there are people there who wouldn't judge you for whatever happened before. Sinon wiped her eyes with the back of her hand, quick, angry, like erasing evidence. You're infuriating. I get that a lot. We met 2 hours ago. You have no reason to, since when do you need a reason to give a damn about someone? That stopped her cold. She stared at him, this impossible, frustrating, overwhelming person who talked like compassion was as natural as breathing. Get some sleep, Naruto said. I'll keep watch. Mobs can't enter the safe zone, but I'd rather be aware of what's moving outside. You don't need to, I don't sleep much. Fox thing. He tapped the blade again. Seriously. Rest. You've been solo for 3 weeks and I guarantee you haven't actually relaxed once in that time. Sinon opened her mouth to argue. Closed it. Opened it again. If you try to add me to your friends list while I'm asleep, I'll shoot you. Naruto grinned. Noted. She lay down on the stone floor, no bedroll, no comfort, just the flat surface and her coat bunched under her head. It took her a long time to close her eyes. But eventually, the exhaustion of 3 weeks of solo survival caught up, and her breathing evened out. Naruto watched the jungle. The fox blade hummed quietly against his shoulder. You can't save everyone, Kit. Watch me. She's not your responsibility. Nobody's my responsibility. I choose to care anyway. That's kind of the whole point. Kurama was silent for a moment. Then, you remind me of your father sometimes. He had the same infuriating inability to leave broken things alone. Thanks. It wasn't a compliment. I'm taking it as one anyway. Sinon was gone by the time the artificial dawn broke. Naruto wasn't surprised. He found a small addition to his map data. She'd shared the dungeon information as a file transfer while he meditated, along with a short message, "Don't follow me again. But, thank you for waiting." He smiled at the message and dismissed it. Then he stood, stretched, and headed deeper into floor 5. The labyrinth wouldn't map itself. 4 days later, the floor 5 boss raid was organized. Asuna had done it, assembled 40 players from various clearing groups, coordinated gear checks and supply distribution, developed a strategy based on the limited boss intel available. The assault team gathered at the Labyrinth Tower's main entrance on a Tuesday morning, game time, armored and armed and nervous. Naruto wasn't supposed to be there. He hadn't been part of Asuna's planning. Hadn't signed up for the raid. The implicit understanding was that he'd solo it like the previous 4 floors, go in first, come out victorious, leave the scraps for everyone else. But this time was different. This time he'd sat with Kurama the night before, thinking about what Asuna had said 3 weeks ago. You need an army. Thinking about 213 crossed-out names. Thinking about the difference between carrying the world and sharing its weight. So when the raid party assembled at the labyrinth entrance, Naruto was already there. Leaning against the doorframe. Waiting. Naruto? Asuna pushed to the front of the group, eyes wide. What are you? I thought you'd already gone in. Nope. He pushed off the wall. Thought I'd let you guys take this one. 40 pairs of eyes stared at him. Whispers immediately, half suspicious, half awed. You're joining the raid? Asked a burly axe wielder named Agile, one of the frontliners Asuna had recruited. Not joining. Supporting. Naruto made a point of stepping to the side, out of the center, into a flanking position. This is your raid, Asuna. Your strategy, your team. I'll hang back unless things go sideways. You all need the experience, actual combat experience against a boss, more than you need me killing it in 2 minutes. Asuna stared at him. Then a slow smile spread across her face, proud, warm, understanding. You've been thinking about what I said. You're annoyingly right most of the time. Don't let it go to your head. She turned to the raid party, her voice shifting into command mode, sharp, clear, confident. All right, everyone. Formation as discussed. Tank line, you're taking aggro first. DPS groups rotate on my call. Supports, keep those buffs cycling. Naruto is our safety net, if something goes catastrophically wrong, he intervenes. Otherwise, this is our fight. 40 players squared their shoulders. Having the Fox Blade as a safety net rather than the main event was somehow more comforting, like a tightrope walker knowing there's a net below. They could push harder, take risks, fight with aggression rather than terror. The doors opened. The raid charged in. The Floor 5 boss was called Feral Warder Chief, a massive beast warrior hybrid, towering and fast, wielding a double-bladed polearm that swept in wide arcs. 2 health bars. Attack patterns that combined heavy strikes with sudden lunges that targeted rear-line players specifically. Naruto stood against the back wall of the arena and watched. Asuna's strategy was solid. The tank line held aggro, rotating when HP dipped below half. DPS groups cycled in during the boss's recovery windows, hit hard, pull back, let the next group in. Supports maintained buffs and called out attack patterns. It wasn't clean. The Feral Warder Chief was faster than their intel suggested, it adapted mid-fight, changed patterns, targeted healers with predatory intelligence. One tank took a hit that dropped him to the red. A DPS player mistimed his exit and caught the polearm's backswing, sending him skidding across the floor at critical HP. Naruto's hand tightened on his sword. He didn't draw it. Asuna adjusted. She called the wounded tank back, shifted formation, directed focus fire on the boss's weapon arm to create longer stagger windows. The near-death DPS player was pulled out and potioned back to safety. They adapted. They learned. They fought as a unit and got better at it in real time. It took 22 minutes. The first health bar fell to coordinated burst damage. The second health bar, the enrage phase, was harder. The boss went berserk, attack speed doubling, patterns becoming less predictable. 2 more players hit red HP. One was knocked clean across the arena and lay stunned for precious seconds. Naruto shifted his weight. Ready to move, Asuna got there first. She launched from the flank, rapier blazing with the linear skill's blue light, and drove the boss's attention away from the downed player. Her speed was extraordinary for her level, her rapier finding the weak points in the boss's guard that she'd been cataloging for 20 minutes. She didn't kill it, couldn't, not enough damage from one player, but she bought time. 3 seconds. 5. 7. The downed player recovered. The tanks re-engaged. The DPS groups cycled back in. And together, all 40 of them working as one imperfect, messy, beautiful machine, they killed it. The Feral Warder Chief shattered into polygons. Victory banners erupted. The raid party screamed, not in terror but in triumph, a primal release of 3 weeks of fear and helplessness flooding out of them in a single explosive moment. Naruto smiled against the back wall. His hand fell away from the sword hilt. You didn't need to be here, Kurama observed. No. But they needed to know they didn't need me. That's either wise or insufferably sentimental. Why not both? Asuna found him in the celebration. Her face was flushed, eyes bright, the adrenaline and triumph making her radiant in a way that had nothing to do with virtual graphics and everything to do with genuine human joy. We did it, she said. Breathless. Grinning. You did it, Naruto corrected. Because you stepped back and let us. She studied his face. That cost you something, didn't it? Watching them almost die and not intervening? Little bit, he admitted. But you were right. They need to be strong on their own. Can't always rely on one person. What if something happens to me? Nothing's going to happen to you. Probably not. But probably isn't good enough for 10,000 lives. He nodded toward the group, players hugging, comparing loot drops, some still shaking from the intensity of the fight. Look at them. They believe now. Not in me, in themselves. That's worth more than any boss kill. Asuna watched her raid party celebrate. Players who'd been terrified 3 weeks ago, who'd never held a real weapon, who'd logged into a game for fun and found themselves in a nightmare. They were warriors now. Imperfect, still learning, but warriors. Floor 6 in 3 days, she said. I'll need that time to reorganize and level the weaker members. Take a week. I'll scout floor 6, map what I can, prep intel for you. And if you find the boss? Naruto's grin sharpened. Then I'll wait. Liar. I'll try to wait. Better. She punched his shoulder, light, friendly, the kind of casual contact that would have been unthinkable 3 weeks ago. Dinner tonight? Floor 3 has a player-run restaurant now. Actual decent food. You're asking me to dinner? Don't make it weird. Wouldn't dream of it. His grin softened into something warmer. Yeah. Dinner sounds good. Dinner was good. The restaurant, a converted NPC building that a player with the cooking skill had taken over, served food that actually tasted like something instead of the generic bread and cheese that came from vendors. Asuna and Naruto took a table by the window, looking out over floor 3's twilight landscape. They talked about strategy. About the next 5 floors, about guild formations that were solidifying, about the political tensions between beta testers and new players. But underneath the tactical conversation was something else, an ease, a comfort, the particular warmth of 2 people who'd faced death together and come out laughing. You know, Asuna said, swirling virtual wine in a glass, I've been thinking about what you told me. About your world. Your war. Yeah. If you're really from another dimension, if everything you said is true, then you're the most displaced person in this game. Everyone else lost their daily life, their freedom. You lost your entire reality. Naruto twirled a fork between his fingers. I try not to think about it that way. How do you think about it? Like I'm on a really long mission. Away from home, behind enemy lines, can't contact anyone. But the mission's clear, clear the game, save the people, find a way back. He set the fork down. And in the meantime, the people here are becoming, they're not replacements. That's not the right word. But they're becoming important to me. You're becoming important to me. Asuna's cheeks colored slightly, a real blush, not a game mechanic. You say things like that so easily. Life's too short for things to be hard to say. Especially here, where life is literally measured in HP bars. That's morbid. That's honest. She met his eyes across the table. Held them. The moment stretched, not uncomfortable, but heavy with something unspoken. Then she looked away first, took a sip of wine, redirected. We should talk about the frontline guild situation. Kibu's faction is getting louder about beta testers, and there's a group calling themselves the Holy Dragon Alliance that's been poaching clearers. Naruto let the redirect happen. He wasn't in a rush. Some things needed time to grow. He'd learned that from watching Shikamaru and Temari dance around each other for 3 years before either admitted anything. They talked until the restaurant closed, then walked the cobblestone streets of Floor 3's main settlement in comfortable silence. At the teleport plaza, Asuna turned to him. Be careful on Floor 6. I'm always careful. You literally charged a raid boss alone on day 4. Carefully charged a raid boss alone. She shook her head, but she was smiling. Good night, Naruto. Night, Asuna. She teleported away in a column of blue light. Naruto stood in the plaza for a moment, hands in his coat pockets, looking up at the underside of Floor 4 above them, the layered architecture of Aincrad, floor stacked on floor, 100 levels of death and challenge and something that was starting to feel like a life. He teleported to Floor 5. There was mapping to do. Floor 6 opened 3 days later. Naruto hadn't waited for the boss, he'd actually waited, as promised. Mostly because floor 6's labyrinth was genuinely complex and finding the boss room had taken all 3 days. But on the second day of his floor 6 exploration, something unexpected happened. He was deep in the floor's theme, a vast underground lake system, caverns of crystal and still water, boats required to cross certain sections. Beautiful, deadly, and dark. The mobs here were aquatic, serpentine creatures that attacked from below the water's surface, making the boat crossings particularly treacherous. Naruto was crossing one such lake, a small wooden rowboat, the fox blade balanced across his knees, eyes scanning the dark water, when an arrow embedded itself in the boat's prow. Not aimed at him. At the boat. Specifically, at the creature that had been rising from the water directly in front of him, about to capsize him into the lake where 3 more lurked beneath the surface. The arrow pinned the creature's head above water, it thrashed, paralyzed by whatever debuff the arrow carried, and Naruto's blade flashed. Dead. Polygons on the water. He looked up. On the cavern's far shore, standing on an elevated rock formation, was Sinon. Bow raised. Already knocking another arrow. Behind you, she called. 2 meters, right side. Naruto didn't look, just trusted, blade sweeping right. It connected with the serpent that had surfaced silently beside the boat. Kill. Sinon's arrow took the third one, rising on his left, clean through the skull. The fourth never surfaced. Naruto felt it through the fox blade's resonance, it had retreated, the alpha of its pack dead, survival instincts overriding aggression. The boat reached shore. Naruto stepped onto solid rock and looked up at Sinon, still perched on her elevated position. She lowered the bow. You were going to capsize, she said. Flat. Matter of fact. Maybe. He grinned. Nice shots. I don't miss. I noticed. He climbed the rocks to her position, she didn't retreat, didn't create distance. Progress. What are you doing on floor 6? This opened yesterday. I move fast. She sat on the rock's edge, bow across her lap. Same posture as last time but without the coiled tension. Not relaxed, Naruto doubted she ever truly relaxed, but less hostile. I've been mapping the lake system. The boat crossings are death traps for unprepared players. Agreed. Those serpents are nasty, they don't register on cursor until they're in attack range. Ambush predators. The game is getting smarter about mob design. Sinon pulled up her map. I've identified 6 safe crossing points and 4 that are guaranteed ambush triggers. If I finish mapping today, I can have the data posted by tonight. For the anonymous boards? Where else? Naruto sat beside her, not touching, but closer than she'd have allowed a week ago. She didn't move away. You know, he said, you could just join the clearing group. Officially. Asuna would kill to have a ranged specialist on the boss raids. I don't do groups. You just saved my life from 50 meters away. That's group play. That's me happening to be in the same area as you. Coincidence. Sinon. This floor opened yesterday. I've been here for 2 days and haven't told anyone my route. You'd have to actively track me to end up in the same cavern at the same time. Silence. I was mapping the lake, she said. You happened to be on it. You shot that serpent before I sensed it. You were watching me before the attack. That means you saw me, identified the threat, and chose to intervene. That's not coincidence. More silence. Then, fine. I was curious about whether you'd actually need help. And those serpents would have killed most players. Even you, in the water, with 4 of them, your sword would be limited. The bow was the correct tactical response. So you helped me. I made an efficient tactical decision. Naruto bit back his grin. If she wanted to call it tactics instead of caring, he'd let her have that. For now. Well, thanks for the efficient tactical decision. Saved me a boat. Boats are free. They respawn. Saved me a swim, then. The ghost of a smile crossed her face. Gone in an instant, but Naruto saw it. They mapped together for the rest of the day. It wasn't planned, Sinon didn't suggest it and Naruto didn't ask. They simply moved in the same direction and didn't bother pretending they should separate. Sinon's combat style was fascinating up close. At range, she was surgical, every arrow found its mark with mechanical precision. But when mobs closed distance, she transitioned seamlessly to a short sword and dagger combination, fighting with a cold efficiency that maximized damage while minimizing exposure. No wasted movement. No unnecessary risks. It was the opposite of Naruto's style. Where he was overwhelming force and instinctive aggression, she was calculation and precision. Where he generated chaos and thrived in it, she created order and exploited it. They complemented each other perfectly. You cover weak points I don't have, Naruto observed after they cleared a cavern of crystal elementals. He'd drawn aggro and tanked while she'd systematically destroyed them from elevated positions. Most fights, nothing gets close enough to threaten me. But the ambush stuff, the things I can't see coming, that's where you shine. Everyone has blind spots, Sinon said, collecting arrow drops from the defeated mobs. Even you. Especially me. I fight head-on. Always have. Subtlety isn't my thing. I noticed. So we should do this more. The mapping thing. Together. Sinon paused in her collection. Straightened. Looked at him with those careful, measuring eyes. Why? She asked. You don't need me. You've soloed everything in this game. Because it's better with someone else. Because your maps save lives and if I can help you make them faster, more people survive. And because, he rubbed the back of his head. Because I like being around you. You're interesting. Interesting. You think differently than me. You see things I miss. And you're honest, brutally, sometimes painfully honest. I respect that. Most people find me cold. Most people are idiots. That surprised a sound out of her, not quite a laugh, but close. A sharp exhale through the nose that in another person would be a chuckle. I'll think about it, she said. That's all I'm asking. They reached the far end of the lake system as evening fell, the artificial darkness of the underground caverns deepening into something genuinely oppressive. A safe zone beacon glowed ahead, another temple rest point, this one carved from crystal rather than stone. At the safe zone's entrance, Sinon stopped. The floor 5 thing, she said without preamble. What you said about punishment. Yeah. You weren't wrong. She didn't look at him, stared straight ahead into the crystal temple's interior. I've been punishing myself for 6 years. Since I was 11. Every day, I wake up and the first thing I remember is the weight of that gun in my hand. And I thought, if I couldn't forgive myself, at least I could be useful. Make maps. Save people from a distance. Atone without connecting. Sinon, let me finish. A breath. You said the safety of isolation is a lie. I think you might be right about that too. Being alone hasn't made me feel less guilty. It's just made me feel guilty and lonely. Naruto waited. I'll map with you, she said. When our paths cross. Not every day, I need space. I need to be able to leave when it's too much. But, occasionally. Occasionally works. And I'm not joining your clearing group. Not yet. Maybe not ever. No pressure. And if you tell anyone about what I told you, about the real world, I won't. She looked at him then. Searched his face the way she had before, for lies, for pity, for the judgment she was certain she deserved. She didn't find any of it. Just blue eyes, warm and certain, and a faint grin that said he was genuinely happy she'd said yes. Okay then, Sinon said. Okay then. Naruto walked into the safe zone, casual as anything. You hungry? I've got some decent food in my inventory. Asuna's been experimenting with the cooking skill and she's getting scary good at it. Asuna cooks for you? For anyone who asks. She's feeding half the front lines at this point. Says it's stress relief. Sinon followed him into the temple. Sat across from him, accepted the food he offered, and ate in a silence that was, for the first time in 3 weeks, not lonely. 1 week later, the Floor 10 boss raid happened. It was supposed to be the biggest coordinated assault yet. 60 players from 4 different clearing factions, organized by Asuna, planned down to the minute. The Floor 10 boss, according to scouting data, was a dual-entity fight, 2 bosses in 1 arena, requiring the raid to split into coordinated halves. Naruto wasn't supposed to be there. He'd been on Floor 12 already, scouting ahead as usual, pushing the frontier while the clearing group caught up. But something had nagged at him all day. A feeling in his gut, the same instinct that had kept him alive through 100 missions, 1,000 fights. Something wrong. Something coming. He'd teleported back to Floor 10 on impulse. Arrived at the labyrinth entrance just as the raid party was filing in. Asuna saw him first. Her face shifted, surprise, then concern. I thought you were on 12, she said, pulling him aside. I was. Something feels off. Off how? I don't know. Just, he touched the fox blade's hilt. It was vibrating. Not the gentle hum of nearby mobs, something deeper, more insistent. Like a warning. I can't explain it. Call it intuition. Asuna studied him. In 3 weeks of partnership, she'd learned to trust his instincts. They operated on a level beyond game knowledge or tactical analysis. Something primal. Something from his other life. Stay with the rear guard, she said. If something goes wrong, I'll be there. She nodded. Squeezed his arm, brief, warm, and returned to her position at the front of the raid. The labyrinth was tense. 60 players moving through stone corridors, clearing trash mobs with efficient coordination, pushing toward the boss room at Floor 10's heart. The atmosphere was different from the Floor 5 raid. These players had experience now. 6 cleared floors of experience. They moved with confidence, communicated with shorthand, fought as units rather than individuals. But the fox blade kept vibrating. Harder, the deeper they went. Kit. Something is very wrong with this floor. I feel it. The cardinal system is agitated. Like it's processing something it wasn't designed for. New code being written in real time, not from us this time. From something else. What do you mean, something else? I don't know. But the boss room ahead, the energy signature is different from any previous floor. Stronger. More complex. Like someone modified it after the game launched. They reached the boss room doors. Massive, ornate, trembling slightly as if something behind them was throwing itself against them from the inside. The raid party formed up, tanks forward, DPS in wings, support in the back. Asuna at the center, rapier drawn, voice steady as she called final checks. All groups, confirm ready. Confirmations from each squad leader. Green across the board. Naruto moved closer to the front. Not pushing ahead, just within striking distance. The fox blade was screaming now, vibrating so hard he had to press his palm against the hilt to quiet it. Open the doors, Asuna commanded. They swung wide. The arena beyond was wrong. It was too big. Floor boss rooms were large, but this was cavernous, the ceiling lost in darkness overhead. The floor was black glass, reflective, showing distorted mirrors of the raid party below their feet. And at the center, 2 bosses, as expected. A pair of massive armored knights, facing each other in frozen combat poses. The Blue Iron Arbiter and the Red Iron Arbiter, according to the scouting data. But between them, unexpected, impossible, a third entity. It was smaller than the twin bosses. Human-sized. A dark figure wrapped in shadow, floating 3 feet off the ground, and above its head, no cursor. No health bars. No name. Nothing. What the hell is that? Someone whispered. It's not in the scouting data, Asuna said. Her voice was controlled but Naruto heard the edge. It wasn't here when we scouted. The dark figure turned toward them. It had no face, just a void where features should be, a gap in the game's rendering that the brain refused to accept. And when it moved like Naruto. Fast. Fluid. Wrong. It appeared in front of the raid's tank line and swept its arm, not a weapon, just an arm, and 3 tanks flew backward, their HP bars dropping by half in an instant. No attack animation. No system skill activation. Just raw, impossible force. Engage. Asuna screamed. The twin bosses activated. Their AI triggered by the raid's entry, they broke from their poses and attacked from the flanks. The arena descended into chaos, the planned 2-front battle now a 3-front nightmare, the nameless third entity tearing through the raid with movements that didn't obey the game's rules. Naruto drew the fox blade. Amber light flooded the arena, not from the blade alone but from him, 9 tails of fire erupting from his back, the system glitching and sparking as it tried to contain what he was unleashing. He crossed the distance to the dark entity in a single step and swung. The blade connected. The entity flew backward, the first time anything had moved it. It crashed into the far wall and stuck there, embedded in black glass. But it didn't shatter. No HP bar appeared. No damage numbers. It peeled itself from the wall and regarded Naruto. And then, impossibly, it spoke. Interesting. The anomaly has physical parameters that exceed the host entity's design specifications. Its voice was wrong. Mechanical. Like the cardinal system itself was talking through it. What are you? Naruto demanded. Adaptive Response Protocol. Designated to test parameters of unregistered entities within the system. The dark figure tilted its head, a mockery of curiosity. You are unregistered. You do not belong. You will be analyzed. It came at him. Fast, faster than anything in the game had ever moved against him. Naruto blocked the first strike, a fist that hit the fox blade with force that pushed him back 10 feet, his boots carving trenches in the black glass floor. Second strike from an angle, third from below, it fought without pattern, without predictability, each attack calculated in real time to exploit whatever defense Naruto offered. The cardinal system was fighting him. Kit, it's using my data. Our data. Every fight we've had, every technique, it's been logging them. Learning. This thing was built from us. Then let's show it something it hasn't seen yet. Naruto exploded forward. Not the controlled speed of his previous fights, something rawer. Something closer to what he'd been in his own world. Foxfire wrapped his entire body, the blade an extension of pure will, and he hit the entity with a combination that the system had never logged because he'd never needed it before. 7 strikes in 1 second. Each one carrying the force of a different tailed beast's chakra, translated through the fox blade into damage types the system didn't have categories for. Fire and wind and lightning and earth and water and something beyond all of them, pure bijou energy, the primordial force of a tailed beast's rage channeled through a blade that existed outside the game's parameters. The entity took all 7 hits. And cracked. Fissures of white light spread across its dark surface, the void phase splitting, revealing something underneath. Code. Raw code, visible to the naked eye, scrolling and writhing. Insufficient data for adaptive response, it said. Its voice was distorted now, broken. Escalating to, Naruto didn't let it finish. He drove the fox blade through its center with both hands, amber light exploding from the point of impact like a sun being born. The entity fragmented, not into polygons but into raw data, dissolving into the air like code returning to the system that spawned it. Gone. Behind him, the twin bosses were still fighting the raid. But without the third entity splitting their attention, the 60 players reorganized. Asuna's voice cut through the chaos, sharp commands, tactical adjustments, pulling the formation back together. Naruto turned to help with the twin bosses. He crossed the arena in 2 steps and hit the blue iron arbiter with a rising slash that took its first HP bar in 1 shot. The raid focused fire on the red iron arbiter. Coordinated. Controlled. It took 4 minutes after that. Clean, efficient, the raid functioning exactly as Asuna had designed it to function. The twin bosses fell. Victory banners erupted. But the celebration was muted. Every player in the arena was staring at Naruto, at the fading amber light, at the scorch marks on the black glass floor where he'd fought something that shouldn't have existed. Asuna reached him first. Her face was pale. "That thing wasn't a boss," she said. "What was it?" "The system testing me." Naruto's voice was grim. The fox blade was still humming, angry now, not warning but furious. "It built something specifically to fight me. Using data from my previous fights. That means, someone is watching you. Someone with control over the system. Kayaba." The name hung between them like smoke. "He knows I don't belong. And he's curious enough to build weapons to test me." Asuna's hand found his arm. Her grip was tight, not fear, but fierce protectiveness. "Then we need to be more careful. If he can modify boss rooms in real time, it won't change anything." Naruto covered her hand with his. "He can throw whatever he wants at me. I'll break it. I'll break all of it." He looked at her, and his eyes were blazing with foxfire that took long seconds to fade. "No one is dying in this game. Not to bosses, not to the system, and not to Kayaba's experiments." Around them, the raid party was organizing, healers checking HP bars, leaders doing head count. Nobody had died. The third entity's attacks had brought several players to critical HP, but Naruto's intervention had been fast enough to prevent casualties. 0 deaths. Against a modified boss encounter that should have been a massacre. "I need to tell you something," a voice said from behind them. Both Naruto and Asuna turned. Sinon stood at the arena's edge. Bow across her back, hood up, having apparently been in the boss room the entire time without anyone noticing. Her expression was tight, controlled, but barely. "I was on the observation level above the arena when the raid started," she said. "Mapping the area for escape routes. I saw the third entity spawn. It materialized 30 seconds before the doors opened, not when the raid entered. Before. It was waiting for us," Asuna said. "No." Sinon's eyes found Naruto. "It was waiting for him. I watched its aggro. It ignored the entire raid party until he drew his sword. His weapon activation was the trigger." Silence. "The system is targeting you specifically," Sinon said. "And next time, it'll be stronger. It was learning even as you fought it. I could see the code fragments. It was recording everything you did. Building a better version." Naruto exhaled. For a moment, just a moment, the weight of it all was visible on his face. Fighting enemies was one thing. Fighting the world itself, the system, the code, the godlike creator who could reshape reality at will, that was something else. Then the moment passed, and his jaw set. "Good," he said. Both women stared at him. "Good? If Kayaba's paying attention to me, he's not paying attention to you." Naruto's grin was sharp, a predator's grin, challenging the dark. Let him build his tests. Let him throw everything he's got at me. While he's busy trying to figure out the fox blade, you clear floors. You get stronger. You build the army. And when we're ready, when you're ready, we go to floor 100 and we break this game over our knee. Asuna's breath caught. Not at the audacity of the plan, she'd grown accustomed to Naruto's impossible declarations, but at the look on his face. Absolute conviction. Zero doubt. The same expression he'd worn on day 4 when he'd stood in front of a raid boss alone and said, "Nothing in this game is too strong." She believed him. God help her, she believed him completely. "You're using yourself as bait," Sinon said. Her voice was flat, the words clinical, but something burned underneath them. "You're making yourself a target to draw Kaiba's attention away from the clearing group." "I'm making myself the biggest, loudest, most unavoidable problem in this game," Naruto corrected. "Which, honestly, is just what I do naturally. Ask anyone who's ever known me. That's reckless. That's strategy. Those aren't mutually exclusive." Sinon. He turned to her fully. She was standing rigid, arms crossed, jaw tight, the control she maintained over her emotions showing hairline fractures. "I'm not going to die. This system can't kill me. Kaiba can't kill me. I've been fighting things that want me dead since I was 12 years old and I'm still here. Trust me." "I don't trust anyone." "Yeah, you do. You trusted me enough to show up here. You trusted me enough to share that intel instead of just disappearing." He held her gaze. "You're here, Sinon. That means something." She looked away. Her hands were tight on her crossed arms, knuckles white, tendons standing out. "We should clear the arena," she said. "Debrief the raid. Post the data." "Yeah." Naruto let it go. Didn't push. He'd said what needed saying, and she'd heard it. That was enough. The three of them walked toward the arena's exit together, Asuna on his left, Sinon on his right. It wasn't planned. It wasn't discussed. It just happened, naturally, like water finding its level. Somewhere in the spaces between the game's code, Kaiba Akihiko reviewed the combat data from the adaptive response entity and smiled his quiet, fascinated smile. The anomaly had exceeded projections by 340%. How wonderful. That night, after the debrief, after the raid party dispersed to rest and celebrate and process their near-death experience, Naruto sat alone on floor 10's outer edge. The floor's theme was mechanical, clockwork towers and bronze architecture, gears turning in eternal rhythm. The outer edge offered a view of Aincrad's exterior, the floating castle's surface, clouds drifting below, stars above. All fake. All beautiful. A message notification pinged. From Sinon, your sword resonance, the way it detects threats. Does it work against system-generated entities or only standard mobs? Naruto typed back, both, but the system entity was harder to read. Felt different, like static instead of a clear signal. 30 seconds passed. From Sinon, then we need to develop a better early warning system. If Kaiba deploys another one without warning, you might not have time to react before it hits other players. A longer pause. Then, I have ideas. Meet me on floor 6, Lake District, tomorrow morning. Bring that sword. Naruto grinned at the message. He typed back a simple, "I'll be there." Then another notification, from Asuna, can't sleep. You? Nope. Too wired. That thing today. The system entity. It scared me. Naruto stared at the message. Asuna admitting fear, that was rare. That was trust. It scared me too, he typed back. Honest. Because she deserved honesty. Not for me. For everyone else. If I hadn't been there, but you were. You always are. I almost wasn't. I almost stayed on floor 12. But you didn't. Something brought you back. Trust that instinct, Naruto. It's kept us alive. He leaned back against the clockwork tower, the gears turning overhead in rhythmic percussion. The fox blade lay across his knees, amber light gentle now, calm after the storm. Hey Asuna. Yeah? Thanks for not being afraid of me. After what I did in there, the foxfire, the tails. Some people looked at me like I was as much a monster as the thing I killed. A long pause. Then, you are many things, Naruto. A monster is not one of them. Anyone who thinks that hasn't been paying attention. He smiled. Set down the message interface. Closed his eyes. Tomorrow, floor 6. Sinon and her ideas. The day after, more floors to clear, more people to protect, more of Kaiba's tests to shatter. The war continued, different world, different enemies, same unbreakable will. 10 floors cleared. 90 to go. And somewhere in the dark, watching, calculating, Kaiba prepared his next move with the patient excitement of a man who'd finally found something worthy of his genius. The game was just getting started. Chapter 3, What burns beneath the castle? The morning mist on floor SXS Lake District clung to the water like gauze over a wound. Naruto arrived at dawn, teleport crystal, flash of blue light, boots on damp stone, and found Sinon already there, crouched at the water's edge with her bow disassembled in her lap. She was modifying it. Tiny components spread across a cloth beside her, springs, tension wires, what looked like crystallized monster drops repurposed as mechanical parts. Her fingers moved with a surgeon's precision, slotting pieces together, testing draw weight, adjusting angles by fractions of degrees. You're early, Naruto said. You're late. She didn't look up. I said morning. It's been morning for 40 minutes. I stopped to grab breakfast. He tossed her a wrapped bundle, one of Asuna's creations, a meat pastry thing that actually tasted like food instead of cardboard. Sinon caught it one-handed without looking. Filed that away as impressive. Sit, she said. I need to test something with your sword. Naruto sat cross-legged beside her. Drew the fox blade and laid it across his knees. The amber pulse was gentle this morning, curious, not alarmed. Okay. What's the idea? Your resonance detection, it works by sensing energy signatures from nearby threats. Mobs, players with hostile intent, system entities. But the range is limited to what, 100 meters? Maybe 150 if I really focus. Not enough. Sinon finished reassembling her bow and held up one of the crystallized components, a small amber shard that pulsed with light similar to the fox blades. This dropped from one of those spectral mobs on floor 5. Notice anything? Naruto leaned closer. The shard resonated, he could feel it through the blade, a faint harmonic, like 2 tuning forks vibrating at similar frequencies. It's got the same energy signature as my blade, he said. Because your sword has been influencing the system since day 1. The mobs that spawn near you, they're absorbing trace amounts of your energy. The drops they leave carry that signature. Sinon set the shard against her bow's limb. If I can tune my arrows to this frequency, they'll resonate with your detection field. Effectively, every arrow I fire becomes an extension of your awareness. Naruto blinked. You figured this out in one night? I've been thinking about it for days. Since I started mapping near you. The mobs react differently in your vicinity, more aggressive, yes, but also more predictable. They're drawn to the fox blade's energy like moths. Which means that energy can be weaponized as a detection tool. So if you fire an arrow tuned to my blade's frequency, it extends your sensory range to wherever the arrow lands. I fire 4 arrows at cardinal points around a boss arena, suddenly your detection covers the entire room. No more surprise spawns. No more ambush entities. That's actually brilliant, Kurama admitted. Kurama says you're brilliant, Naruto relayed. Sinon paused. Your sword talks. The entity inside it talks. To me. Long story. Everything with you is a long story. She lifted the bow, modified now, the amber shard integrated into its frame. Let's test it. Fire at that rock formation across the lake, 300 meters. Naruto didn't ask how this was a test. He watched her stand, draw, and fire in a single fluid motion. The arrow crossed the lake in an instant, a flat, fast trajectory that defied normal archery physics, and embedded itself in the distant rock. The moment it hit, Naruto felt it. Like a new nerve opening, sudden awareness of everything within 50 meters of the arrow's position. 2 water serpents below the surface. A crystal elemental patrol route. A hidden cave entrance he hadn't mapped. I can see everything around it, he breathed. That's incredible. Range? 50-meter radius from impact. And it's clear, clearer than my baseline detection, actually. Because the shard amplifies the resonance. Sinon was already knocking another arrow. Second test. I'll fire this one in a different direction. Tell me if you can maintain awareness of both simultaneously. She fired west. Another arrow, another spike of awareness, and yes, he could hold both. 2 spheres of detection, 300 meters apart, feeding information back through the fox blade simultaneously. Both active. No interference. Good. The ghost of satisfaction crossed her face, the closest thing to a smile she allowed herself in professional context. I can make 6 more of these shards into arrowheads by tonight. 8 detection points covering a full boss arena, you'll know everything that moves, spawns, or changes before it happens. Sinon, this is, Naruto shook his head. This changes everything. The floor 10 entity caught us off guard because it spawned without warning. With your arrows, that won't happen again. She said it with quiet certainty. The certainty of someone who'd found a problem, analyzed it, and solved it through sheer intellectual force. I'll have the full set ready before the next boss raid. Does this mean you're coming to the next boss raid? Sinon's jaw tightened. She busied herself with her bow, adjusting the tension unnecessarily. I'll be in a support position. Elevated. Away from the main group. But present. For tactical purposes. Right. Tactical purposes. Naruto's grin was warm enough to melt stone. Thanks, Sinon. Don't thank me. I'm protecting my own survival. If something kills you, this game becomes significantly harder for everyone. She turned away, gathering her materials. I need to farm more shards. Floor 5 Spectral Zone. I'll message you when the arrows are ready. I'll be on floor 12. Scouting. I know your schedule. She said it without thinking, then froze, realizing the admission. She'd been tracking his movements. Knowing where he was. Naruto said nothing. Just smiled and walked toward the teleport point. Behind him, Sinon stood rigid by the lake, furious at herself for the slip, furious at him for not commenting on it, and furious at the heat she could feel in her cheeks that had absolutely nothing to do with the ambient temperature. Floor 12's theme was wind. Not metaphorically, literally. The entire floor was a network of floating platforms suspended over an endless void, connected by bridges of solidified air that shimmered like heat haze. Wind ripped between the platforms in unpredictable gusts, capable of knocking unbraced players off edges into the abyss below. Fall damage in SAO was percentage-based, a long enough fall was lethal regardless of HP, Naruto loved it. The wind felt like home, like standing on rooftops in Konoha, like leaping between trees in Fire Country. His body moved with the gusts instinctively, riding air currents that other players fought against. He'd been mapping alone for 3 days, pushing further than any player had gone. The mobs here were aerial, wind elementals, storm hawks, and something called tempest reavers that manifested from the gusts themselves. Fast, elusive, difficult to pin down. Naruto pinned them down anyway. The Fox Blade's fire aspect energy was devastating against wind types, elemental advantage translated across realities, apparently. Every reaver he fought dissolved in amber flame, leaving behind drops and data. But today wasn't about mapping. Asuna had messaged him last night, meeting on floor 10. All clearing faction leaders. Tomorrow, noon. Need you there. Political stuff? Political stuff that affects the entire clearing effort. Please, Naruto. He'd gone back and forth on it. Politics wasn't his strength, never had been. In Konoha, he'd relied on Shikamaru for strategy, on Kakashi for diplomacy, on Tsunade for authority. Here, he had none of them. Just his own blunt honesty and Asuna's sharper tactical mind. But she'd said please. And that was enough. The meeting was in a conference room above floor 10's main settlement, a player-rented space with a long table, chairs, and a view of the clockwork cityscape. 6 faction leaders sat around the table, plus Asuna, plus Naruto standing against the back wall with his arms crossed. He recognized most of them by reputation. Kibu, loud, aggressive, harboring a grudge against beta testers. Lind, leader of the Holy Dragon Alliance, polished and political. Agile, the axe wielder from the Floor 5 raid, reasonable and grounded. 3 others whose names Naruto hadn't bothered to learn. Asuna stood at the head of the table. She'd changed since week 1, not just in level and gear but in presence. She commanded the room without raising her voice, drew attention through competence rather than volume. The clearing effort has stalled, she said without preamble. We're on floor 10. At our current pace, clearing 1 floor per week, we'll need 2 years to reach floor 100. That's unacceptable. The pace is what it is, Kibu said. Thick arms, thick neck, thick head, Naruto's assessment within 5 seconds of meeting him. We can't push faster without casualties. The Fox Blade could push faster, Lin said smoothly. His eyes slid to Naruto. If he were properly integrated into the clearing structure rather than operating as a loose element. I'm not a tool to be deployed, Naruto said from the back wall. No one's suggesting that, you are, though. You're suggesting that if I just do what you tell me, floors would clear faster. Naruto didn't move from the wall but his voice carried weight. I solo cleared 4 floors in 3 weeks. The clearing group cleared 6 more in the weeks after. But the limiting factor isn't me, it's organization, levels, and gear among the general player population. Which brings us to the real issue, Asuna said, steering the conversation. We have 2,000 players strong enough for frontline content. But 8,000 are still in the starting city or on lower floors, barely surviving. We need a structured pipeline, training, equipment, leveling guides, to bring more players up to clearing readiness. The discussion continued. Supply chain logistics. Training programs. The delicate politics of faction cooperation. Naruto tuned out the specific details, Asuna was handling the negotiation masterfully, playing factions against each other to reach compromises, and instead watched the people. Kibu was resentful. Not of Naruto specifically, but of a system where some players were inherently stronger than others. His anger came from helplessness, a man who'd been average his whole life, suddenly in a world where average meant expendable. Lind was calculating. Every word measured, every alliance temporary. He wanted power, not for evil purposes, but because he genuinely believed he could run things better than anyone else. Dangerous, but useful if directed properly. Agile was the only one Naruto genuinely liked. Straightforward, honest, more concerned with helping players than building a power base. There's another issue, Lin said during a lull. The Floor 10 Incident. The Unregistered Entity. The room went quiet. 60 players witnessed it, Lind continued. An entity that doesn't appear in any game data, that doesn't follow normal combat rules, that seemed specifically designed to counter our strongest player. His eyes locked on Naruto. People are asking questions. Some are asking whether the fox blade itself is part of the problem, whether his presence is provoking the system into creating new threats. That's ridiculous, Asuna said, her voice sharpening. Is it? Before Naruto, bosses followed predictable patterns. Since his arrival, we've encountered adaptive entities, dynamic mob scaling, environmental traps that weren't in beta data. The game is evolving, and it seems to be evolving in response to him. Naruto pushed off the wall. Every head turned. You're right, he said. Asuna's eyes widened. Naruto, he's right. The system is adapting to me. It's been doing it since day one, mobs scaling, AI getting smarter, new challenges appearing. Kayaba's using me as a catalyst to make the game harder. He met Lin's eyes without flinching. But here's what you're missing. The system was always going to get harder. It's 100 floors designed to kill players. Floor 50 was always going to be deadlier than Floor 10, whether I was here or not. All I'm doing is accelerating the difficulty curve. And that benefits us how? Kibu demanded. Because I'm accelerating the players too. Every fight I have, every time the system adapts, I get stronger. And the data from those fights makes your strategies better. The Floor 10 entity taught us that Kayaba can modify encounters in real time. Now we know that. Now we can plan for it. Without me, you'd have learned that lesson the hard way, with dead players instead of scared ones. Silence. Lind leaned back in his chair, expression thoughtful. Kibu was still scowling but had no counter-argument. He's right, Agile said. The intel from that fight was invaluable. If the entity had appeared without Naruto there to kill it, if it had appeared in a normal boss raid without warning, people would have died. Lots of people. We need him on the front lines, Asuna said firmly. Not as a weapon to be aimed, as a bulwark. Let the system throw its tests at him. He can handle them. And what he learns, we all learn. And if the tests get stronger than he can handle? Lind pressed. They won't. Naruto's voice was absolute. You can't know that. Watch me. The meeting concluded with grudging consensus. Naruto would continue operating as an independent frontliner, sharing data with the clearing coalition, intervening in raids when system anomalies appeared. Not a member of any faction. Not beholden to any leader. A free agent with a single mission, break anything the game threw at them. After the room emptied, Asuna found Naruto on the building's roof, watching the clockwork gears turn against the perpetual twilight of Floor 10's sky. That went better than expected, she said, settling beside him on the roof's edge. Lin's going to be a problem eventually. I know. He's positioning himself as the clearing group's political leader. Trying to sideline me. He can try. Naruto glanced at her. You're better at this than him. You actually care about the players, not just the power structure. Caring doesn't always win in politics. It does if you've got a guy with a fire sword backing you up. She laughed, short, genuine, surprised out of her. Is that your political strategy? Threaten people with your sword? Works in my world. Your world sounds terrifying. It's great, actually. You'd love it. Fast-paced, high-stakes, lots of intense personalities butting heads. He bumped her shoulder with his. You'd be a great shinobi. A what? Ninja. Warrior. I'll explain sometime. Long story. Everything with you is a long story. She echoed Sinon's words without knowing it, and Naruto smiled at the parallel. They sat in comfortable silence. The gears turned. The artificial sky shifted through its programmed cycle. And somewhere below them, the clearing effort ground forward, floor by floor, life by life, toward 100 that seemed impossibly far away. 3 days after the leadership meeting, the Floor 12 boss raid was scheduled. Asuna's coalition had swelled, 70 players now, better equipped, better trained, moving with the confidence of multiple successful clears. The briefing happened on Floor 11's main settlement, a desert floor, sandstone architecture, dry heat that the system rendered with uncomfortable realism. Asuna stood before her assembled raid, rapier at her hip, and delivered the intel. Floor 12 boss, Storm Tyrant Veil. Single entity, 3 health bars. Arena is open air, one of the floating platforms, no walls, no ceiling. Fall hazard is real. It uses wind-based AoE attacks designed to push players off the edge. Tank rotation is critical, whoever has aggro needs to be center platform at all times. She pulled up a display, map data, attack patterns, the preliminary observations Naruto had gathered from reaching the boss room's observation deck. Naruto will be present as our anomaly response. If the system deploys another adaptive entity, she glanced at the back of the room. Naruto wasn't there. No, he was on the roof. She could feel him up there, somehow. That particular awareness she developed of his presence, the way the fox blade's energy made the air feel slightly charged when he was nearby. Naruto will handle anything unexpected, she finished. Our job is the boss itself. 40 minutes to deployment. Gear check, supplies, final prep. The raid dispersed to prepare. Asuna climbed to the roof and found him sitting cross-legged, fox blade across his knees, eyes closed. Meditating. You're not in the briefing. Heard every word through the floor. Good acoustics. That's not the point. People need to see you. It gives them confidence. He opened one eye. They need to have confidence in themselves. Not in me. They can have both. Asuna. He opened both eyes. After today, after this raid, I need to push ahead. Way ahead. Floor 15, 16, 17. The system is going to keep throwing things at me, and I'd rather it do that away from the raid party. Her jaw tightened. You're pulling away. I'm creating distance between the danger and the people who can't handle it. He stood, sheathed the blade. You've got 70 players who can clear bosses. You proved that on Floor 5. You don't need me for the standard content anymore. And the non-standard content? That's what the arrows are for. Asuna blinked. Arrows? Sinon made something. Detection arrows, they extend my sensory range. She'll be at the raid today. Elevated position, observer role. If anything spawns that shouldn't be there, between her eyes and my sense, we'll catch it before it reaches the raid. Asuna processed this. Sinon. The anonymous mapper? Not so anonymous anymore. You recruited her? She recruited herself. Mostly by being too smart and too stubborn to stay hidden. Something flickered across Asuna's face, complex, layered, gone before Naruto could fully read it. You trust her? Yeah. I do. You trust everyone. Not true. I trust people who've earned it. Sinon earned it by being out there alone for 3 weeks keeping strangers alive at her own risk. Asuna was quiet for a moment. Then, I want to meet her. Properly. I'll introduce you after the raid. Good. She straightened her shoulders, back to commander mode. Now get down there. Even if you're just standing in the back looking intimidating, it helps. I don't look intimidating. Naruto, you glow. Oh. Right. The Floor 12 boss arena was exactly as described, a massive floating platform suspended in the void, wind howling from every direction, no walls, no railings, nothing to prevent a fatal fall. The raid party teleported in via a system-generated portal and immediately spread to formation positions. Naruto took his position, rear center, close enough to intervene but far enough to not trigger difficulty scaling on the boss itself. And above, invisible against the dark sky unless you knew where to look, Sinon was perched on a smaller platform 300 meters overhead. Her detection arrows were already embedded at 8 points around the arena's edge, a ring of awareness feeding directly to Naruto's fox blade. He could feel everything. Every player's position, every gust of wind, the empty void below, and at the platform center, the dormant presence of the boss, massive and gathering power. Detection active, Sinon's voice came through a whispered message, a trick she'd figured out, sending text-to-speech through the system's party chat. 8 points. Full coverage. Nothing anomalous. Copy. Naruto relayed to Asuna, we're clear. No surprises detected. Asuna nodded from her command position. Drew her rapier. All groups, engage. Storm Tyrant Veil materialized from the wind itself, condensing from air and lightning into a 20-foot humanoid figure of cloud and crackling energy. 3 health bars blazed above its head. It roared, and the sound was the howling of a hurricane compressed into a single note. The raid engaged. Tanks charged in, shields raised against the wind pressure. DPS groups flanked. Supports buffed and positioned. Veil's first attack was exactly as predicted, a sweep of wind that pushed outward from its body in all directions. The raid had prepared for this, anchor points, specific stance skills that prevented knockback, coordinated positioning so no one was near the edge when it hit. The fight was working. Asuna's strategy was working. Naruto watched. Alert, ready, but not fighting. The fox blade hummed in its sheath, eager, always eager for combat, but he held it still. This was their fight. First health bar, down. Took 8 minutes. Phase 2 brought aerial attacks, Veil launching into the sky and bombing the platform with lightning strikes. The raid scattered, dodged, reformed. 3 players hit. None killed. Healers responded instantly. Status clean, Sinon reported. No system anomalies. Mobs are standard. Boss behavior matches predictions. Good. Second health bar, down. 14 minutes total. Veil was enraged now, phase 3. Faster, stronger, its attacks combining wind and lightning into devastating fusion blasts. 2 tanks went red simultaneously. A DPS player was thrown toward the edge, Agile caught him. One massive arm grabbing the player's collar and hauling him back from the abyss. The player's face was white with terror but his HP was intact. The raid ground Veil down. Not elegant. Not clean. Messy, desperate, fierce, 60 players refusing to die, refusing to break, refusing to give up. Asuna was everywhere, calling adjustments, repositioning groups, her rapier flashing when she had to pull aggro off a wounded player. Final HP bar. Last sliver. The raid converged for the killing blow, contact. Sinon's voice, sharp. System anomaly detected, spawning directly above the arena. Same energy signature as floor 10. Naruto was already moving. He drew the fox blade mid-stride, 9 tails erupting behind him as he launched vertically, straight up, off the platform, into the void above the arena. The wind caught him but the fox fire punched through it, propelling him upward like a rocket. He saw it materializing, the dark entity, same as before but different. Larger. More defined. Arms ending in blade-like appendages. And it was descending toward the raid party below, toward 60 players focused on killing Veil, backs turned, vulnerable. Naruto hit it at the apex of his jump. The fox blade connected with the entity's descending form and the impact was a thunderclap, amber meeting void, light clashing with absence. The entity was driven sideways, off its trajectory, away from the raid below. Finish the boss. Naruto roared downward. I've got this. He could hear Asuna's command, all DPS, finish it. Now. Below, the raid surged against Veil's remaining HP. Above, Naruto fought the entity in midair, impossible, defying physics, propelled by foxfire as he traded blows with something that shouldn't exist. It was stronger than last time. Faster. It had learned from their previous fight, its attacks came at angles Naruto favored, exploiting the patterns he preferred. It had studied his style and developed counters. So Naruto abandoned his style. He stopped fighting like himself, stopped fighting like a shinobi, and fought like nothing. Random. Chaotic. Unpredictable even to himself. He let instinct drive without the overlay of training, let the fox blade move where it wanted rather than where his mind directed it. The entity couldn't adapt to randomness. Its learning algorithms needed patterns to exploit, without them, its counters missed, its predictions failed. Naruto's chaotic assault drove it back, each hit staggering it further. Below, Veil shattered. Victory banners erupted. The raid cheered, and Naruto drove the fox blade through the entity's core for the second time. It fragmented. Dissolved. But this time, before it fully dispersed, it spoke again. Data collection, 67% complete. Behavioral analysis, ongoing. Next iteration will incorporate, shut up. Naruto twisted the blade and the entity's remaining code scattered like ash in wind. He fell. 30 meters, the foxfire had burned out during the fight, and gravity was unambiguous about its opinions. But the fall was onto the platform, hard landing, stone cracking under his boots, one knee down. The raid party surrounded him. 60 faces staring, some awed, some frightened, all overwhelmed. Asuna pushed through the crowd. Are you hurt? Just my dignity. He stood, rolled his shoulders. That thing is getting stronger. And it said data collection, it's not just fighting me. It's studying me. Building a better version each time. Then we need to stop it before there's a next time, Sinon's voice came from above. She descended from her perch, rappelling down on a rope arrow, bow across her back, landing lightly at the platform's edge. The raid party parted for her, uncertain, most had never seen her before. She was shorter than Naruto expected when standing next to other people. Dark hair, serious eyes, the kind of presence that demanded attention through intensity rather than volume. Sinon. Asuna stepped forward, hand extended. I've been wanting to meet you. Your maps have saved more lives than most of these fighters. Sinon looked at the extended hand. Looked at Asuna, really looked, taking the measure of her. Then she took it. Brief, firm, professional. You run a good operation, Sinon said. The raid coordination is impressive. Thank you. And those detection arrows, I want them integrated into every future raid. They only work with him. Sinon nodded toward Naruto. The resonance is keyed to the fox blade's energy. Without him present, they're just arrows. Then he'll be present. Naruto looked between the two women. Both looking at him now, Asuna with expectation, Sinon with something more guarded. He felt, briefly, like a man standing between two very different fires. I'll be there, he said. For the raids. But between raids, I'm pushing ahead. Scouting. Drawing Kayaba's attention forward and away from the clearing group. And if the entity appears when you're alone? Asuna asked. Then I handle it alone. That's not, I'll be there, Sinon said. Both Naruto and Asuna looked at her. She crossed her arms, expression neutral. I map ahead. Same floors he scouts. If something spawns, I see it first. Warn him. Provide support fire if needed. You'd follow him to the front? Asuna's tone was carefully level. I'd be in the same general area. For tactical purposes. Naruto bit the inside of his cheek to keep from grinning. Fine. Asuna's eyes moved between them, reading the dynamic, processing. Sinon provides forward observation. Naruto pushes the frontier. I manage the clearing coalition and build up the mid-tier players. 3 prongs. A trident, Naruto offered. Don't be cute. Too late for that. He turned to address the lingering raid party. Great fight, everyone. Boss is dead, floor is cleared, nobody died. That's how we do it. A cheer went up, tentative, then building. The fear from the entity encounter was still there, but it was overshadowed by victory. By survival. By the growing belief that maybe, just maybe, this game could be beaten. The raid dispersed. Players teleporting to safe zones, to shops, to rest. The platform emptied until only 3 remained, Naruto, Asuna, and Sinon, standing in a loose triangle with the wind of floor 12 whipping around them. So, Naruto said. Dinner? Both women looked at him. What? He shrugged. I'm hungry. There's a good place on floor 3. Asuna's been there. You're inviting us both to dinner? Asuna said. Carefully. Is that weird? Friends eat together. It's not weird, Sinon said quickly. Then paused, as if surprised at her own response. Asuna studied Sinon for a moment. Then her expression softened, a decision made, though Naruto couldn't quite read what it was. Floor 3. 20 minutes. I need to debrief my squad leaders first. She teleported without waiting for a response. Sinon and Naruto stood alone on the platform. The wind howled between them. She doesn't like me, Sinon said. She doesn't know you yet. Give her time. I'm not good at, Sinon gestured vaguely. Social situations. Meals with people. Conversation. Neither was I, for most of my life. You fake it until it becomes real. Start with, what do you want to eat? I don't care about food. Then start with what you want to drink. Small steps. Sinon looked at him, this impossible, relentless, warm person who kept dragging her into the light no matter how hard she clung to the shadows. Tea, she said finally. If they have it. They have it. Let's go. Dinner was, not a disaster. Not easy either, but not the catastrophe Sinon had clearly expected. The restaurant on floor 3 had expanded since Naruto's last visit, more tables, a wider menu, even a few NPC waitstaff that the player-owner had somehow integrated. They took a corner booth, Naruto in the middle because that's where he ended up naturally, Asuna on his left and Sinon on his right. The conversation started stilted. Asuna asking Sinon polite questions about her mapping process. Sinon giving short, precise answers. But then Naruto mentioned the bridge trap on floor 5, the one that had nearly killed Sinon, and Asuna's strategic mind latched onto the implications. Dynamic trap generation? Asuna leaned forward. That's not in any beta data. You're saying the system creates new hazards in real time? Triggered by specific conditions, Sinon confirmed. Weight thresholds, time of day, possibly player level. The floor 5 bridge was stable for 3 weeks before it collapsed under me. Which means our safe route data has an expiration date. Routes marked safe today could be lethal tomorrow. Asuna's mind was clearly racing. We need to implement verification cycles. Runners who rewalk safe routes on a regular basis, weekly minimum, Sinon agreed. I've been tracking temporal patterns. Most changes occur on a 5 to 7 day cycle. That's manageable. I can assign low-level players to verification duty, it's safe enough work for them and it generates useful experience. They were off, two brilliant minds finding common ground through shared purpose. Naruto leaned back and ate his food and watched them with quiet satisfaction. Asuna's warmth and Sinon's precision. Charisma and clarity. They were different in almost every way, but the overlap, the care for other players, the analytical intelligence, the determination to survive, was real. By the meal's end, they weren't friends. But they were no longer strangers. Some bridge had been crossed. This was acceptable, Sinon said as they stood to leave. High praise, from her. Next time we'll make it good instead of just acceptable, Naruto said. Next time. Sinon said it without objection. Without qualifying it. Just, next time. Like it was a given. She teleported first, floor 5, probably. Mapping. Always mapping. Asuna lingered. She's interesting. She's incredible, Naruto said. Once you get past the walls. You seem to be getting past them faster than most people could. I'm persistent. You're something. Asuna's eyes were unreadable, measuring, considering. Then she shook her head, some internal decision deferred. Walk me to the teleport? Always. They walked the cobblestone streets. The artificial moon hung overhead, full tonight, silver and serene. Other players moved around them, living their trapped lives in this digital cage. Some laughed. Some cried. Most just existed, caught between survival and despair. Naruto, Asuna said as they reached the plaza. The entity today. It said data collection 67% complete. Yeah. What happens at 100%? He didn't answer for a moment. The moon reflected in the plaza's fountain, broken light on digital water. Then Kayaba builds something he thinks can beat me, Naruto said. And I prove him wrong. What if he builds something that can beat you? Naruto turned to her. The moonlight caught his face, the whisker marks, the blue eyes, the faint amber glow from the blade on his back. He looked, in that moment, like something from a myth. Something ancient wearing the skin of a boy. Then you beat it for me, he said simply. That's why I need you strong. That's why I need all of you strong. Not because I'm going to fail, but because if I ever do, you have to be ready to pick up where I left off. Asuna felt something twist in her chest. Not fear, she'd moved past fear weeks ago. Something deeper. Something that ached. That's not going to happen, she said. Because I'm not going to let it. She stepped closer, close enough that the fox blade's warmth reached her, close enough that his eyes were all she could see. You don't get to sacrifice yourself, Naruto. That's not allowed. Asuna, promise me. Her voice was fierce. Her eyes were fiercer. Promise me you won't do something stupid and noble and get yourself killed trying to protect everyone alone. I promise. He looked at her. At the intensity in her face, the raw emotion she was letting show for the first time without qualification or redirect. She was afraid, not of the game, not of the bosses, but of losing him. Specifically him. I promise, he said. No heroic self-sacrifice. I'll be the most unheroic, self-preserving fighter in the game. Liar. But she was smiling now. Barely. A crack in the fierceness. Yeah, okay. But I promise to try. And I promise to let you help. Both of you. Both? You and Sinon. You're my, he searched for the word. In my world, we had teams. 3-person squads. You fought together, trained together, bled together. The bond between squad mates it was everything. Sacred. Asuna's expression softened. You see us as your team. I see you as my people. Simple. Direct. unguarded. She reached up and adjusted the collar of his coat of midnight, a small, domestic gesture that surprised them both. Her fingers lingered on the fabric for a heartbeat too long. Then she stepped back. Floor 3 restaurant. Same time next week. All three of us. Deal. And Naruto? Yeah. Be careful. Out there on the frontier. The entity is getting stronger, and so is whatever's driving it. I'll be careful. Carefully reckless? Exactly. She teleported. Blue light, gone. Naruto stood in the plaza alone. The fountain burbled. The moon shone. And in his chest, something warm and complicated was growing, something he recognized from his old world but had never thought he'd find in this one. 2 days later, the consequences arrived. Naruto was on floor 14, pushing hard, 4 floors ahead of the clearing group, mapping terrain that no player had ever seen. The floor theme was forest, dense, primeval, trees so tall their canopy was lost in darkness. The mobs were beast-type, dire creatures, oversized and vicious, hunting in packs. He was cutting through a pack of shadow wolves, level 18, nasty but manageable, when his message notification exploded. 14 messages in 30 seconds. All from different players. All saying variations of the same thing: emergency on floor 11. Player killing. Multiple casualties. Orange Guild, laughing coffin. Naruto's blood went cold. He teleported. Floor 11's desert zone materialized around him: sand, heat, blinding sun. He was at the main settlement's teleport point, and the plaza was in chaos. Players running, screaming, some bleeding with the yellow flash of recent combat damage. And in the center, bodies. 3 players, HP at 0, their forms beginning the slow dissolve into nothing. Dead. Not to mobs, to other players. The red circles of player kill markers hung in the air above the corpses like accusation. And walking away from them, casual, laughing, 4 players with orange cursors. The mark of those who'd committed crimes against other players. Their leader, a tall, thin man with a laughing skull painted on his black coat, was cleaning a dagger with a cloth and grinning like he'd just told a joke. Hey! Naruto's voice cracked across the plaza like a whip. The orange players turned. The leader, Po, Naruto would learn later, looked at him with lazy interest. Oh? The Fox Blade himself. Big fan of your work. His grin widened beneath the skull paint. Relax, hero. We're just taking what the weak don't deserve. Natural selection, this is a death game, isn't it? Survival of the fittest? You killed 3 people. 3 people who couldn't defend themselves. In a world where HP is life, weakness is a death sentence. We're just the mechanism. Po spread his arms wide. We're the truth this game doesn't want to admit, that some people deserve to survive and some don't. Naruto drew the Fox Blade. The plaza went silent. Every player in visual range stopped moving, stopped breathing. The Fox Blade's amber light blazed in the desert sun, not warm this time. Hot. Angry. 9 tails of fire unfurled behind Naruto, and the system glitched at the edges of his form, unable to contain what he was projecting. Po's 3 companions took a step back. Their leader held his ground, still grinning, but his eyes had sharpened. Calculating. Assessing. You're going to attack green players? Po asked. His cursor was orange, but the taunt was clear: if Naruto attacked without provocation, his own cursor would shift. The system's rules were absolute. Even the Fox Blade was bound by them. You're not green, Naruto said. You're orange. The system already marked you. Orange means I can't enter safe zones for a while. It doesn't mean you can kill me without consequence. Po's grin was sharp, a man who knew the rules and lived in their gaps. Besides, what are you going to do? Become what we are? The great hero, cutting down players? That'd be quite the headline. Naruto's grip tightened on the blade. The fire around him roared higher. He wanted to, God, he wanted to. 3 dead players. 3 people who'd been alive 5 minutes ago, who had families in the real world waiting for them, who'd been murdered by this smiling psychopath for sport. But he could see it. The trap. If he killed Poe and his crew, if the Fox Blade became a player killer, the clearing effort would shatter. Trust would collapse. Everything Asuna had built, the coalition, the cooperation, gone. Poe knew it. His grin said he knew it. Smart boy, Poe said, reading Naruto's hesitation. See, that's the beauty of the rules. Even gods have to follow them. He turned his back, deliberately provocative, deliberately contemptuous. Come on, boys. Let's find somewhere less heroic. They walked away. 4 orange cursors, casual, unhurried. Like they hadn't just murdered 3 people in broad daylight. Naruto stood with his sword drawn and his fire burning and his heart full of a rage he hadn't felt since Jiraiya's death. Kit. I know. You can't. I know. A hand on his arm. He looked down, Asuna. When had she arrived? Her face was pale, drawn, but her grip was steady. Not like this, she said quietly. Not in anger. They killed, I know. I know. Her hand moved from his arm to his face, fingers against his jaw, turning him to look at her instead of at the retreating orange cursors. But if you kill them now, you become what they are. A murderer. The system doesn't distinguish between righteous and evil, it just sees the act. The system is wrong. Yes. It is. But it's the system we're trapped in, and breaking it helps no one. She held his gaze until the fire in his eyes banked, not extinguished, never extinguished, but controlled. We'll find another way. A legal way. Prison, containment, something. But not this. Naruto sheathed the blade with a violence that made the scabbard ring. The 9 tails dissolved. The ambient temperature dropped back to normal. 3 people are dead, he said. His voice was rough. Yes. And that's a failure we all share. Security should have been better. Warning systems. Monitoring. Asuna's commander mind was already working, turning grief into action, rage into plans. This won't happen again. It's already happening. This is the first major piking incident, it won't be the last. Once people see it's possible, more will try. The desperate ones, the broken ones, the ones who decide that if the game has made them into monsters, they'll be monsters. Then we stop them. How? Without killing them? I don't know yet. But we'll figure it out. She took his hand, deliberate, firm. Together. Not alone. Not in fury. Together. Naruto looked at their joined hands. At her face, strong, determined, refusing to let him become something he'd hate. She was saving him right now, and she probably knew it. Okay, he said. Together. Around them, the plaza slowly returned to something approaching normal. Players checking on the wounded. Someone organizing a memorial for the dead. The living, as always, forced to keep living regardless of the cost. And in the shadows of floor 11, already gone, Laughing Coffin celebrated its first public statement. 3 dead. A message sent. The death game had just evolved. That night, Naruto didn't sleep. He sat on floor 14's highest point, a tree so tall its crown broke through the floor's artificial sky limit, and stared at nothing. Kurama was quiet. The fox knew better than to offer platitudes when Naruto was like this. Knew that sometimes the rage needed to burn itself out rather than be talked down. A message arrived. Sinon. Heard about floor 11. Are you okay? No. A pause. I'm on floor 13. The tree zone. If you want company. I'm here. He didn't respond. Didn't teleport to her. But the message sat in his inbox like a small warm light, and he read it 4 more times before morning came. Dawn on floor 14. Naruto descended from his tree and drew his sword. The rage was still there, banked, controlled, a core of white-hot fury buried deep where it couldn't dictate his actions. But the purpose it fueled was diamond clear. Kaiba's system had created rules that let murderers walk free. That treated victim and executioner the same under its code. That bound heroes while unshackling monsters. The system was the problem, not just the death game aspect, not just the 100 floors. The fundamental architecture of this world was flawed in a way that enabled evil. So the system had to break. Not today. Not tomorrow. But eventually, at floor 100, at Kaiba's throne, at the end of this twisted game, Naruto was going to shatter the rules themselves. Not just clear the game. Change it. Make it a world where Poe's philosophy was impossible, where strength protected the weak instead of preying on them. First, though, he needed to be stronger. Not just in combat, in reach, in influence, in the ability to shape events. Asuna handled the political infrastructure. Sinon handled the intelligence network. Naruto needed to handle the impossible. The things no one else could face. He started with floor 14's labyrinth. The labyrinth was brutal. Beast-type mobs in the level 20 to 22 range, fast and intelligent, pack hunters that coordinated attacks, used terrain, and retreated when outmatched only to return with reinforcements. The environment was alive, trees that moved, roots that tripped, vines that constricted. Naruto fought through it like a force of nature. Not graceful, not today. Today he was fury channeled through precision, the fox blade burning hotter than ever, each swing carrying the faces of 3 dead players he'd failed to protect. He cleared rooms in seconds. Punched through mob formations without slowing. Found the boss room in 4 hours, a personal record for any floor. He didn't enter it. He marked it, mapped the surrounding area, and sent the data to Asuna. This one was for the raid team. He'd promised. Instead, he pushed to floor 15. Then 16. 3 floors in one day, each labyrinth found and marked, each zone swept for traps and hazards. Sinon's arrows appeared at irregular intervals, embedded in trees, in cliffsides, in dungeon walls. She was tracking his progress, laying detection nets, watching without being present. At the end of the day, floor 16, a volcanic zone, rivers of lava between obsidian platforms, Naruto finally stopped. Not from exhaustion but from a realization that hit him mid-fight. He was running. Not forward. Away. Away from the guilt of floor 11. Away from the rage he couldn't use. Away from the complicated feelings growing in his chest whenever he thought about Asuna's hand on his face or Sinon's quiet message in the dark. He was running, and he hated himself for it. Naruto sat on the edge of a lava river. The heat was damage over time if you actually entered it, but the edge was safe zone. He sheathed the blade and put his head in his hands. Kurama. I'm here. I'm doing it again. The thing where I take on everything myself and push people away. Yes. How do I stop? You go back. You let them help. You accept that 3 dead players isn't your personal failure, it's a systemic one, and systems require teams to fix, not individuals. Since when are you the wise one? Since always. You just never listen. Naruto laughed, hollow, tired, but real. He pulled up his messages. 2 unread. Asuna, Floor 14 boss raid is in 3 days. Please be there. Sinon, you've been moving too fast. Even for you. Slow down. I can't keep up with detection coverage at this pace. 2 women. 2 different kinds of concern. Both reaching for him in their own way, Asuna through inclusion, Sinon through practicality. He typed back to both, to Asuna, I'll be there. I'm sorry for disappearing. To Sinon, you're right. I'm slowing down. Floor 16 safe zone, meet me here tomorrow. I found something interesting. Responses came within minutes. Asuna, don't apologize. Just come back. Sinon, morning. I'll bring tea. Naruto lay back on the obsidian ground, lava light playing across the ceiling above. The fox blade's glow mixed with the red, amber and crimson, warm in different ways. 3 dead players. An enemy he couldn't fight with a sword. A system designed to enable monsters. And somewhere above, a god creator watching it all with fascinated detachment. But also, 2 people who cared enough to call him back. An army of 70 fighters getting stronger every day. A world full of people refusing to give up. He'd been alone for 12 years once. He'd found his way out of that darkness through connection, through bonds, through people who saw him and refused to look away. He could do it again. Here. In this digital cage. He would do it again. Morning on floor 16. Sinon arrived precisely at dawn, not a minute early, not a minute late. She stepped off the teleport platform with her bow across her back and a small package in her hands. Tea, she said, holding it out. From a player vendor on floor 8. It's not terrible. Naruto took it. The brew was warm in his hands, green tea, slightly bitter, close enough to the real thing to trigger nostalgia for mornings in Konoha. Thanks. They sat on the cliff edge overlooking floor 16's volcanic landscape. Lava rivers carved bright lines through black stone. In the distance, the labyrinth tower rose from a caldera, an obsidian spire wreathed in smoke. You were running, Sinon said. Not an accusation. An observation. Yeah. From the piking incident? From the feeling of being useless. I can kill anything in this game, any mob, any boss, any system entity. But I can't stop players from killing each other. Not without becoming a killer myself. So you're frustrated by a problem that can't be solved with force. Pretty much. Sinon sipped her tea. Welcome to reality. He laughed, genuine this time. That's harsh. It's accurate. Most of life's worst problems can't be punched into submission. If they could, the world would be much simpler. She set her cup down. The laughing coffin situation, Asuna is working on a solution. A player-run prison system. Containment rather than execution. That'll work? In theory. If enough players enforce it. And if the contained players can't escape. Sinon's expression was thoughtful. But it requires something you don't have yet, a formal authority structure. Right now, the clearing group is a coalition of equals. No one has the legitimate authority to imprison another player. So we need, what? A government? A guild. One powerful enough and trusted enough that its decisions carry weight. With enforcement capability. Like the Knights of the Blood Oath. Sinon looked at him sharply. What? Nothing. Name just came to mind. He frowned. The name had appeared in his awareness without source, like a memory that hadn't happened yet. The fox blade pulsed. Something in the system's code resonating with future events? Or just his imagination? Anyway, Asuna's building toward that. A primary clearing guild with legitimate authority. She'll need you in it. I know. And she'll need it to be more than just her. She needs legitimacy from numbers, from victories, from the faith of the player base. That takes time. We have time. Assuming I keep clearing floors. Which brings me to why I'm here. Sinon set down her tea and opened her map. Floor 16's labyrinth, you found it? Yesterday. The Caldera Spire. The approach is heavily guarded. Level 24 to 26 mobs in overlapping patrol patterns. Standard clearing party of 60 could force through it, but the casualties would be steep. She zoomed in on her map. She'd been working overnight, apparently, because the surrounding terrain was extensively marked. But I found an alternate route. Subterranean, lava tubes that connect to the spire's lower levels. The mobs inside are fire-resistant but physically fragile. A single player with high attack stats could clear them easily. Me. You. She closed the map. I'll provide detection coverage from the caldera rim. 8 arrows at elevation, I'll see everything that moves on the surface and underground both. And if Kayaba's entity shows up? Then I'll see it spawn before it reaches you. Minimum 30 seconds warning. Probably more. Naruto looked at her. She was all business, clinical, strategic, professional. But she'd also traveled to floor 16 specifically to do this. Had mapped overnight to have the data ready. Had brought tea. Sinon, he said. What? Thank you. Not just for the tactical stuff. For the message last night. For being here now. Her expression flickered, the wall trembling, just slightly. I told you. Tactical decision. Sure. Tactical tea. It is. Caffeine improves reaction time. And tactical messages asking if I'm okay? Team cohesion is essential for. She stopped. Closed her eyes. Fine. I was worried. Are you satisfied? Very. Then drop it. And drink your tea before it gets cold. He drank. She drank. The lava flowed. And between them, in the silence, something tender and fragile was growing, stronger roots than either of them could have uprooted if they'd tried. They cleared the lava tubes that day, Naruto cutting through fire salamanders and magma crawlers while Sinon provided overhead intelligence through the detection arrows. It was seamless. Perfect tactical synergy, her vision and his violence, her planning and his execution. By evening, they'd mapped a clean route from floor 16's surface to the labyrinth's interior. Data packaged and sent to Asuna for raid planning. 2 days of work compressed into 12 hours through sheer efficiency. At the safe zone near the spire's base, they stopped for the night. The heat of the volcanic floor was oppressive, but the safe zone had some kind of cooling effect, comfortable enough for rest. I need to tell you something, Naruto said. Sinon looked up from her bow. She was maintaining it, checking tension, replacing a worn string. The entity. The one Kayaba keeps sending. Naruto pulled the fox blade into his lap. It's collecting data on me. It said 67% on floor 12. Each fight gives it more, enough to build something that specifically counters my abilities. I know. I heard it. If it reaches 100%, if Kayaba builds the complete counter, I might not be able to solo it. For the first time since I got here, something might actually be able to match me. And you're telling me this because? Because if that happens, I need you to get everyone else clear. Asuna, the raid party, the clearing group, everyone. Don't let them try to help. Don't let them throw themselves at something designed to kill me. Sinon's hand stilled on her bow. You're asking me to watch you die. I'm asking you to keep others alive if I can't. No. The word was absolute. Final. Sinon met his eyes and there was something burning in hers, not ice, not control, but actual fire. The first uncontrolled emotion he'd seen from her since they'd met. You don't get to do that, she said. You don't get to walk into my life, break through every wall I have, make me care about you, and then ask me to walk away when it counts. Sinon, you told me the safety of isolation is a lie. You told me I don't deserve to be alone. You made me believe that, and now you're asking me to let you be alone when it matters most? She was on her feet. Bow set aside. Hands clenched. That's hypocritical and I won't do it. Naruto stared up at her. She was shaking, not with fear but with the effort of containing something too big for her usual composure to hold. You promised Asuna no heroic self-sacrifice, Sinon said. I'm holding you to that too. When the time comes, when Kayaba sends his complete weapon, you don't face it alone. You face it with us. Or I swear I'll shoot you in the leg myself to keep you from running ahead. He should have argued. Should have pointed out the tactical realities, that whatever Kayaba built would be designed to kill him specifically, that anyone near him would be collateral. Instead, he stood. Closed the distance between them, not threatening, not aggressive, just present. Close enough that she could feel the fox blade's warmth radiating from his chest. Okay, he said. Okay? Okay. When the time comes, I won't face it alone. I promise. Sinon's breath was uneven. She was looking up at him, the height difference more apparent at this distance, and something in her expression was raw and exposed and terrified. Good, she said. Quiet. Good. Neither of them moved. The lava light flickered. The fox blade pulsed between them, amber warmth, steady heartbeat. I should, Sinon stepped back first. Always first. The bow. Maintenance. Right. Yeah. Naruto cleared his throat. Sat back down. I'll take first watch. There are no mobs in safe zones. Old habit. She sat. Picked up her bow. Her hands weren't quite steady for the first few minutes, but she didn't comment on it and neither did he. The night passed. The volcano rumbled in its eternal, programmed cycle. And between two people sitting 6 feet apart in a warm cave, something irrevocable had been said. Not in words, or not only in words. In the promise to stay. 3 days later, the Floor 14 boss raid went off without a hitch. Naruto was present as promised, safety net, anomaly response, standing at the back with his sword sheathed while 70 players fought with increasing skill and confidence. No system entity appeared. No surprises. Clean kill, no casualties. At the celebration after, Naruto noticed Asuna watching him. Not the tactical observation of a commander assessing her asset, something else. Something personal, searching. He found her after the party, alone on Floor 14's highest vantage point, a cliff overlooking the endless forest. Hey. She didn't turn around. Hey. He sat beside her. The wind ruffled her hair, longer now than when they'd met. She hadn't cut it. Hadn't had reason to, he supposed. You're quiet tonight, he said. Thinking. About? You. Sinon. The way you both, she stopped. Started again. I'm not stupid, Naruto. I see the way she looks at you. Naruto was quiet. And I see the way you look at her. Asuna's voice was steady, controlled, composed, but with something fragile underneath. Not the same way you look at me. But, there's something there. Asuna, let me finish. She turned to him. Her eyes were dry but bright, emotions held in check through sheer force of will. I'm not asking you to choose. I'm not, I don't have the right to ask that. We're not, you never said, I never said, Asuna. He reached for her hand. She let him take it. You're important to me. Incredibly important. You were the first person in this world who treated me like a partner instead of a weapon. You challenge me, you ground me, you call me out when I'm being an idiot. But it's not just me. He didn't lie. Couldn't. Not to her. No, he said. It's not just you. Asuna's jaw worked. She looked away, at the forest, at the fake moon, at anything that wasn't his face. For a long moment, she was silent. In my world, Naruto said carefully, the people I loved them completely. My teammates, my teacher, my village. I didn't love any of them less because I loved the others more. The heart it's not a finite resource. It doesn't run out. This is different. Is it? Yes. Because, her hand tightened on his. Because when you look at me, my heart does things I can't control. And I thought that was something. Something special. Something ours. It is something. It is special. But shared? Naruto didn't answer immediately. Because the truth was complicated, more complicated than he had words for. Asuna was fire and drive and warmth. Sinon was precision and depth and trust earned through patience. Both of them had reached into his chest and found something there, and he couldn't pretend otherwise. I don't know what this is, he admitted. I don't know the rules for it, in my world or this one. What I know is that you matter to me in a way that scares me. And she matters to me in a way that's different but just as real. And I refuse to pretend otherwise because pretending would be lying to both of you. Asuna was quiet for a long time. The wind blew. The moon moved in its programmed arc. You're the most honest person I've ever met, she said finally. And right now I hate that about you. Fair. I don't want to share. Also fair. But I don't want to lose you either. You won't. He lifted her hand and held it in both of his. Whatever happens, whatever this becomes, you will never lose me. That's not how I work. Once someone matters to me, they matter forever. She looked at their joined hands. At his face, open, earnest, frustratingly sincere. I need time, she said. To think. To figure out how I feel about this. Take all the time you need. And don't, she pulled her hand back. Gently, not in anger. Don't do anything dramatic with her while I'm figuring it out. Please. Asuna. Nothing dramatic has happened. Nothing is going to happen behind your back. You have my word. She nodded. Stood. Brushed her clothes, unnecessary, the system didn't do dirt, but the gesture was human and grounding. Same time next week? Dinner? All three of us? If you still want that. I do. I need to know her better. Need to understand what you see. She managed a smile, small, wobbly, but real. And she's useful. The detection arrows alone justify maintaining the relationship. Very tactical of you. I'm a very tactical person. Her smile steadied. Good night, Naruto. Night, Asuna. She walked to the teleport point. Paused. Looked back. For the record, she said. When you look at me, the thing my heart does? It's still special. Don't forget that. She teleported before he could respond. Blue light, gone. Naruto sat on the cliff edge with the wind in his hair and the fox blade pulsing against his back and his heart full of something vast and complicated and terrifying. That went better than expected, Kurama offered. Shut up. Just saying. In most stories, that conversation ends with violence. We're not most stories. No. You're not. That night, in his admin space between worlds, Kayaba Akihiko finalized the design for his latest creation. Data collection, 89%. 11% remained, 1, maybe 2 more encounters with the fox blade. Then the construction would be complete. An entity built from every scrap of combat data, every technique observed, every pattern analyzed, a perfect counter to the anomaly that had wandered into his world uninvited. He didn't hate Naruto. Didn't fear him. He was simply fascinated. A scientist with an unprecedented subject, building the ultimate experiment. What happens when an unstoppable force meets an object specifically designed to stop it? Kayaba smiled. Saved his work. Logged back in. Soon, he'd have his answer. On floor 14's cliff, Naruto watched the stars and thought about promises. 2 women. 2 different kinds of trust. 2 bonds that were growing in parallel, tangled, complicated, alive. And a game that was getting harder, an enemy that was getting smarter, and a clock that was always ticking. 16 floors cleared. 84 to go. And the burning underneath the castle, the fire of connection, of love in its messy infancy, of rage at injustice, of determination that refused to die, was growing stronger every day. Let it burn. Chapter 4, 9 Tales over Aincrad. The whispers started on a Tuesday. Naruto noticed them the way you notice a change in wind direction, not the whispers themselves but what they carried. Players stepping aside when he walked through settlements. Conversations dying mid-sentence as he passed. Eyes following him with something that wasn't admiration anymore. Fear. He'd been on floor 18, an ice floor, glaciers and frozen lakes and mobs made of living crystal, when the first message arrived from Asuna. There's a problem. Information broker named Argo published a report. The truth about the fox blade. It's everywhere. Naruto stopped mid-stride on the frozen lake. His reflection stared up at him from the ice, blonde hair, whisker marks, the amber glow of the sword on his back. He opened the report. It was thorough. Compiled from eyewitness accounts, combat logs shared by raid participants, and what appeared to be leaked system data. The report detailed everything, the fox blade's impossible stats. The 9-tailed energy manifestation. The way mobs scaled in his presence. The system entities that appeared only when he was near. The fact that his player profile contained data strings that didn't match any known game architecture. The conclusion, presented with an information broker's careful neutrality, the player known as Naruto is not a standard participant in Sword Art Online. His abilities exist outside the cardinal system's normal parameters. Whether he represents a deliberate creation by Kayaba Akihiko, an unintended system error, or something else entirely remains unknown. What is clear is that his presence is actively altering the game's difficulty scaling for all players. That last line was the knife. Buried in facts, framed as observation, but the implication was lethal. The game was harder because of him. People were dying because of him. Every mob that scaled up, every trap that activated, every system anomaly, his fault. Naruto closed the report. The ice reflected his expression, flat, controlled, hiding the cold that had nothing to do with floor 18's temperature. Kit. I see it. It's manipulation. Someone fed that broker the system data. No player has access to those strings without admin-level tools. Kayaba. Has to be. He's turning them against you. If the players fear you, if they decide you're the source of their suffering, they'll isolate you. Remove your support structure. Make you easier to study without interference. Naruto sheathed the blade and teleported. Floor 10's main settlement was buzzing. Not the good kind, the kind that preceded mobs, torches, pitchforks. Naruto materialized at the teleport plaza and felt it immediately, the weight of collective attention, hostile and afraid. He didn't flinch. Didn't hunch. Walked through the plaza with his shoulders back and his head up, because he'd done this before, walked through a village that hated him, that saw a monster in a boy's skin. He'd done it for 12 years. He could do it now. The gathering was in the central square. A crowd, maybe 200 players, surrounding a raised platform where Kibu stood red-faced and shouting. Proof. Right there in black and white. The system is getting harder because of him. Every time that freak uses his broken abilities, the cardinal system responds by making everything worse for the rest of us. People have died because the mobs scaled beyond what we could handle, and why? Because one player is dragging the difficulty up with his cheat level stats. The crowd murmured. Angry, scared, uncertain. Naruto pushed through them. People parted, not out of respect this time, but the way you'd step back from a dangerous animal. He reached the front. Kibu saw him and his face went through 3 colors in rapid succession, white, red, purple. And here he is. Kibu pointed. The fox blade himself. Come to deny it? Come to tell us you're not responsible for our friends dying? Naruto didn't shout. Didn't rage. He stepped up onto the platform. Kibu scrambled back 2 steps despite himself, and turned to face the crowd. 200 faces. Some he recognized from raids. Some from the training fields. Some from the very first day, when he'd saved lives in the chaos after Kaiba's announcement. The report's mostly right, Naruto said. Dead silence. My abilities aren't normal. They exist outside the system's parameters. And yeah, the game scales to me. Mobs near me are tougher. Bosses might be stronger because I'm in the raid. That part's true. Kibu's mouth opened. Closed. This wasn't how confrontations were supposed to go. The accused wasn't supposed to just agree. But here's what the report leaves out, Naruto continued. I've soloed 6 floor bosses. I've killed 2 system anomalies that would have massacred raid parties without my intervention. The difficulty is harder, sure, but the difficulty is also being overcome faster because I'm here. We're on floor 18 in 6 weeks. Without me, you'd still be on floor 8. Maybe lower. We don't know that, Kibu started. You do know that. Naruto's voice was quiet. Not aggressive, just certain. Because you remember day 1. You remember 2,000 people sitting in that starting city, paralyzed, waiting to die. You remember the first boss kill notification on day 4. You remember what it felt like to know someone was fighting, that the game could be beaten. He swept his gaze across the crowd. Found individual faces. Held eye contact. I'm not normal. I'm not from this world, not from any world you know. I carry something inside me that makes me stronger than any player has a right to be. And I'm using every single drop of that strength to get you home. But people are dying because a psychopath built a death game. Naruto's voice sharpened, just a fraction, just enough. Don't let him redirect your anger from where it belongs. Kaiba did this. Not me. And if you want to know who leaked that system data to the information broker, who has access to the game's back-end code, ask yourself who benefits from you turning against your strongest ally. Silence. Heavy, thinking silence. Then, from the middle of the crowd, a woman's voice. One of the players Naruto had saved on day 1, in the fields outside the town of beginnings. He saved my life, she said. Quiet but carrying. Day 1. I ran into wolves. He appeared from nowhere and killed them before they could touch me. I'd be a red line on that monument without him. Another voice, he cleared the path to floor 2 when nobody else was strong enough. We'd still be stuck without him. And another, the floor 10 entity, the one the report mentions? If he hadn't been at that raid, we'd have had 30 casualties instead of 0. More voices. Scattered at first, then building. Not a roar of support, nothing that dramatic. Just people, one by one, choosing to speak. Choosing memory over fear. Kibu's face was thunderous. He opened his mouth, enough. Asuna's voice cut through the crowd like her rapier through a mob's defense. She pushed to the front, armor gleaming, posture radiating command, eyes blazing with a fury that made Kibu take another step back. "I've heard enough of this." She addressed the crowd, not Kibu. "That report was designed to divide us. Designed to make you afraid of the one player who has done more to clear this game than any 10 of us combined. And it was planted by someone with system access. Someone who wants us fractured and weak." She climbed the platform. Stood beside Naruto, shoulder to shoulder, united. "The Knights of the Blood Oath is forming tomorrow," she announced. "A primary clearing guild. Dedicated to one purpose, clearing this game and getting everyone home. Naruto is our first official ally, independent, operating on the front lines, backed by our full support and resources." She looked at the crowd. At Kibu, who was sputtering. "If you trust me, if you trust the work I've done organizing the clearing effort for 6 weeks, then trust this, the Fox Blade is not our enemy. He never was. Our enemy is on floor 100. And every day we spend fighting each other instead of fighting upward is a day Kayaba wins." The silence that followed was different. Not hostile. Thoughtful. Uncertain, still. Trust wasn't rebuilt in a single speech, but the tide had turned. The momentum Kibu had been building bled away like water through sand. The crowd dispersed. Not instantly, conversations continued, arguments sparked and died, opinions shifted in the glacial way opinions do. But the immediate crisis was diffused. On the platform, Asuna let out a breath she'd been holding for 3 minutes. "Knights of the Blood Oath?" Naruto said. "I was going to announce it next week. Formally." She ran a hand through her hair. "Kibu forced my timeline. The name just came to you? It felt right. Strong. Clear." She looked at him. "You're okay?" "I've handled worse." He stepped off the platform, offering her a hand down. She took it. "But Asuna, you just put a target on yourself. Kayaba leaked that data for a reason. If you stand between him and his goal of isolating me, then he can come through me." Her jaw was set. Her eyes burned. "I'm not afraid of a man hiding behind a computer system. You should be. He controls everything here." "Not everything." She squeezed his hand before releasing it. "He doesn't control us. And he doesn't control what we mean to each other." Naruto's chest tightened. The way she said it, direct, unflinching, a declaration that was more than tactical, and they both knew it. "Asuna, not now." She stepped back, commander's mask slipping back into place. "We have a guild to build. Formally, publicly, starting tomorrow. I need you at the founding ceremony. I'll be there." "Good. Now go, floor 18 isn't going to map itself." But she was smiling. That fierce, warm smile that was becoming his favorite thing in this world. He teleported out. Behind him, the whispers continued, but their tone had shifted. Less fear. More uncertainty. And underneath, like a seed in frozen ground, something that might eventually grow into renewed faith. The founding of the Knights of the Blood Oath happened the next day. A formal ceremony on floor 10, Asuna in new white and red armor, rapier at her side, standing before 50 players who'd pledged their commitment to the guild's mission. Clean, professional, legitimate. Naruto stood at the back, non-member but visible ally, Fox Blade humming approvingly on his back. The guild's crest was a red cross on white, simple, recognizable, authoritative. 3 other guilds sent representatives. Lin's Holy Dragon Alliance, grudging but politically savvy enough to attend. Agile's Merchant Coalition. And a smaller group, the Furinkazan, led by a bandana-wearing swordsman named Klein who'd been one of the earliest clearers. After the ceremony, Naruto found himself cornered by Klein, an energetic redhead with an easy grin and no filter. "So you're the Fox Blade," Klein said, shaking Naruto's hand with excessive enthusiasm. "Dude. You soloed Ilfong on day 4. That's insane. That's the most insane thing I've ever heard, and I once watched a guy try to fight a dragon in his underwear. Did he win? No. But he looked great doing it." Klein leaned in conspiratorially. "Listen, between us, the stuff Kibu was saying yesterday? Nobody with half a brain believes it. You've been carrying this clearing effort since day 1. Anyone who can't see that is an idiot." "Thanks, Klein. Also, and I need you to know this, you've got like half the female player base crushing on you. The mysterious foreign guy with the glowing sword and the tragic backstory? Come on. It's like catnip. I don't have a tragic backstory. Dude. You're from another dimension, trapped in a death game, carrying a demon fox in your sword. That's the most tragic backstory." Naruto laughed, full and warm and surprised. Klein was ridiculous and he liked him immediately. "You're good," Klein said, suddenly serious. "For them. For everyone. Don't let the kibis of the world make you think otherwise." "I won't." "Good. Now come drink with my guild. We've got the good virtual sake." 2 days after the guild founding, Naruto was back on floor 18. The ice floor had become something of a proving ground. Its crystal mobs were fast and tricky, perfect for testing new techniques. He was working on something specific, extending the Fox Blade sensory range without Sinon's arrows. If he could push his awareness to 500 meters independently, it would give him enough warning to react to system entities even without backup. He'd been at it for hours, meditating on the frozen lake, pushing chakra-equivalent energy through the blade in expanding pulses, trying to feel the floor's boundaries. The crystal mobs gave him wide berth now. 3 days of slaughter had taught their AI to avoid the golden glowing player. A message from Sinon, floor 20. "Come now. Found something." No elaboration. No context. Just the barest communication necessary, peak Sinon efficiency. Naruto teleported. Floor 20 was new territory. He'd mapped up to 19 but hadn't pushed further. The teleport deposited him in a mountain village, alpine architecture, steep slopes, thin air that the system rendered as a faint shortness of breath. Snow on the peaks. Eagles circling overhead. Sinon was waiting at the village's eastern gate. Bow across her back, hood up, expression tight. "What did you find?" Naruto asked. "Not here." She turned and started walking, fast, purposeful, toward the mountain path leading higher. 20 minutes. "I'll explain on the way." They climbed. The path wound between boulders and past waterfalls frozen in mid-cascade, the floor's aesthetic commitment to cold impressive even by SAO standards. Naruto matched her pace easily, waiting. "There's a hidden zone on this floor," Sinon said as they climbed. "Not marked on any map. Not accessible through normal exploration. I found it by following a mob patrol route that went through solid rock. A phased wall? Illusion barrier. The system hides it from standard detection. I only noticed because one of my detection arrows was embedded nearby and I felt the resonance distortion through our frequency link. So my energy led you to a hidden zone. Your energy interacts with the system's concealment protocols. It disrupts them, makes them visible if you know what to look for." She stopped at a cliff face, seemingly solid granite, no path forward. "Here." Naruto looked at the rock. Felt nothing with his standard awareness. But when he drew the fox blade, when the amber light pulsed outward, the rock shimmered. Like a heat mirage, the solid surface wavered, and behind it, a passage. Dark, narrow, leading deep into the mountain. "Hidden dungeon?" he asked. "I think it's more than that." Sinon's voice was careful. Measured. I went in 30 meters before turning back. The mobs inside aren't standard, they're not attacking. They're waiting. Arranged in formation. Like guards. Guards for what? That's what we're going to find out. They entered together. The passage was claustrophobic, barely wide enough for two abreast, ceiling low enough that Naruto had to duck. The fox blade's light was their only illumination, amber glow pushing back darkness that seemed to resist it. 30 meters in, they found the guards. Sinon was right, crystal sentinels, level 25, arranged in two perfect lines flanking the passage. They weren't patrolling. Weren't aggressive. Just standing, weapons at rest, glowing eyes tracking Naruto and Sinon as they passed between them without reacting. They're not attacking, Naruto murmured. They didn't attack me either. But they tracked my movement. The moment I stopped, they refocused on the passage behind me. They're not guards against intruders, they're an honor guard. Leading somewhere. The passage opened into a chamber. Circular, domed, carved from the mountain's heart. The walls were lined with crystal formations that pulsed with light, not amber like the fox blade, but white. Pure, clean white that filled the space with something that felt almost sacred. And at the chamber's center, a pedestal. On the pedestal, a screen. Not a game screen, not the standard blue-tinted system interface, but something different. Darker. Older looking. Lines of text scrolling across it in a language that, Naruto's blood went cold. That's Japanese, he said. But it's not in-game text. It's system language. Programming code. Kit. Kurama's voice was urgent. That's not just code. That's cardinal system architecture. Raw. Unfiltered. Someone put a direct access terminal to the game's core systems inside a hidden zone. Kayaba? Who else? But why would he leave it accessible? Why not just use his admin tools remotely? Naruto approached the pedestal. The text scrolled, incomprehensible to him, strings of characters and numbers that meant nothing to a shinobi who'd barely passed written exams in the academy. Sinon. Can you read this? She was already there, beside him, eyes scanning the screen with an intensity that told him she understood at least some of it. It's a monitoring interface, she said slowly. Player data. System status. And, her breath caught. Naruto. It's your file. She pointed at a section of the screen. A data block, highlighted differently from the others. Inside it, strings he couldn't read, but Sinon could. Player designation, anomaly 001. Origin, external. Integration status, 89%. System adaptation, ongoing. Predicted full integration, floor 50. She read each line with growing tension. Override priority, absolute. No system function may terminate, restrict, or modify anomaly 001 without direct creator authorization. What does that mean? It means the system literally cannot hurt you. Sinon turned to him, eyes wide. Not won't, can't. Kayaba built a protection into the code that prevents the cardinal system from ever killing you. The entities he sends, they're not trying to destroy you. They can't. They're testing you because he's curious, but the safety rail is absolute. That's why the entities always withdraw before the fight reaches a lethal conclusion, Kurama realized. They're designed to test, not to terminate. The system won't allow it. But that means, Naruto's mind raced. If the system can't kill me, then the bosses can't kill you either. Not through normal damage. The system would prevent lethal damage from landing. Sinon pulled up more data, scrolling through the terminal. But there's a clause. Here, override may be manually revoked by creator upon completion of analysis protocol. The entities are gathering data. When the analysis is complete, when he's satisfied, he can remove your protection. And then the system can kill me. Then a specifically designed counterentity can kill you. One built from everything the analysis has learned. Naruto stared at the screen. At the raw architecture of his existence in this world, code and conditions, protections and planned betrayals. He was a lab rat in Kaiba's maze, immortal only until the experiment was complete. 89%, he said. The entities have gathered 89% of the data needed. One more encounter. Maybe two. And then your protection drops. Silence in the crystal chamber. The white light pulsed. The fox blade's amber glow seemed to bristle against it, two different energies, two different authorities, sharing space uneasily. We have to tell Asuna, Sinon said. Yeah. Naruto reached out and touched the terminal screen. Under his fingers, the code shifted, reacted to the fox blade's energy like iron filings to a magnet. But first, Kurama. Can you do anything with this? Access it? Change it? I'm not a programmer, Kit. But the energy interface is responsive to us. Give me time, I might be able to read deeper. Find contingencies. Exploits. Then we come back. After we tell Asuna, after we plan, we come back and we crack this thing open. Naruto turned from the terminal. His face was set, not afraid, not uncertain, just resolved. Kaiba's been watching me like a bug under glass. Time to flip the microscope. They left the hidden zone and descended the mountain in silence. The crystal sentinels remained motionless as they passed, honor guard or prison escort, depending on perspective. At the mountain village's teleport plaza, Sinon stopped. Naruto. Yeah. The protection in the code, the absolute override that prevents the system from killing you. It doesn't extend to other players. He understood what she was saying. His invulnerability, such as it was his alone. Everyone around him was still mortal. Still killable by the system, by mobs, by other players. If Kaiba wanted leverage, if he wanted to hurt Naruto without touching him, I know, Naruto said. That's why we need to be smart about this. Not just strong, smart. And if being smart isn't enough, then I'll be strong enough for both. He met her eyes. For all of us. Sinon held his gaze for a long moment. Then she did something unprecedented, she reached out and touched his hand. Not taking it. Just touching. Fingertips against his knuckles, light as a question. Don't waste that protection, she said. While you still have it, push harder. Clear faster. The more floors we gain before the analysis completes, the better positioned we are. Agreed. He didn't move his hand. Let her touch stay as long as she offered it. She withdrew after 3 seconds. Turned toward the teleport. I'll message Asuna. Arrange a meeting. All 3 of us, somewhere private. Tonight. Floor 22, Naruto said. The forest cabin I found last week. Isolated. No other players nearby. Send the coordinates. She teleported without looking back. But those 3 seconds, that touch, lingered on his skin like the memory of warmth. The cabin on floor 22 was small, wooden, tucked between ancient pines in a zone that few players had explored. The floor's theme was romantic, autumn forests, gentle streams, cozy settlements. Naruto had found the cabin while scouting and bookmarked it as a potential rest point. Now it served as a war room. Asuna arrived first, teleporting into the clearing, rapier sheathed but hand near the hilt. Alert. The message from Sinon had been sparse, critical intel. Floor 22 cabin. Tonight. Bring no one else. You look terrible, she told Naruto when she saw him. He was sitting on the cabin's porch, fox blade across his knees, expression more serious than she'd ever seen it. Thanks. What's wrong? Wait for Sinon. I only want to explain this once. Sinon arrived 3 minutes later. Dropped from a tree, she'd been there for 10 minutes, Naruto realized. Checking the perimeter before revealing herself. Inside the cabin, around a rough wooden table, Naruto explained what they'd found. The hidden zone. The terminal. The protection override. The analysis protocol at 89%. Asuna's face went through several stages as he talked: surprise, anger, calculation, fury. By the end, her hands were flat on the table, pressing hard enough that her knuckles were white. So Kayaba has been playing with you, she said. This entire time. You're not a wild card in his game, you're a test subject. He's been protecting you so he can study you, and the moment he's done studying, he removes the protection and deploys whatever he's built from the data. Yeah. We have to prevent the analysis from completing. Asuna's tactical mind was already working. If we can avoid the entities, keep them from engaging you, that might not work, Sinon said. She was standing against the wall, arms crossed, face grave. The entities have appeared inside boss raids, in spaces we're forced to enter to progress the game. Kayaba controls when and where they spawn. Avoiding them means not clearing floors. Which means the game doesn't get cleared and people stay trapped forever, Naruto finished. He's got us in a bind. Either I fight the entities and the analysis progresses, or we stop clearing and 10,000 people rot in here. Silence. The cabin creaked in the wind, old wood settling, or the simulation's attention to ambient detail. There's a third option, Kurama said. Not through the blade, out loud. Naruto relayed, Kurama says there's a third option. Both women looked at him. What if instead of avoiding the analysis, we corrupt it? Naruto said, listening to Kurama's input. The entities learn from fighting me, they record my techniques, my patterns, my energy output. But what if I feed them wrong data? Fight in ways I'd never actually fight? Give them patterns that are deliberately misleading? You'd have to completely change your fighting style, Asuna said. And the entity would need to believe it's genuine. Not change, expand. Add things that aren't real. Techniques that look powerful but are actually useless. If the final weapon is built from corrupted data, it'll be designed to counter a version of me that doesn't exist. That's, Sinon uncrossed her arms. That's actually viable. From an information warfare perspective, feeding the enemy false intelligence is more valuable than denying them intelligence entirely. Can you do it? Asuna asked Naruto. Fight convincingly in a style that isn't yours? You're not exactly subtle. I'm a ninja. Being someone you're not is literally part of the job description. He grinned, the first real grin since they'd found the terminal. Besides, I've got the whole Foxfire system to play with. I can generate techniques that look devastating, big flashy attacks, Ninetales manifestations, that are actually just light shows with no real combat application. And the real techniques? Sinon pressed. The actually deadly ones? I save them. Don't use them when an entity is watching. Keep them hidden. My actual killing moves more actions request aborted. Write the next chapter now. Chapter 5, The world worth fighting for. The floor 50 boss room was wrong. Naruto felt it before the doors opened, the fox blade screaming against his back, every detection arrow Sinon had embedded in the labyrinth walls flaring with urgent resonance. The energy behind those doors wasn't a boss. Wasn't a standard system entity. It was something new. Something that had been building for 28 floors, accumulating data, growing in complexity, waiting for this exact moment. It's here, Naruto said. Asuna stood beside him, white and red armor of the Knights of the Blood Oath, rapier drawn, face set like carved marble. Behind them, the full raid force. 120 players, the largest coordinated assault in Aincrad's history. They'd been grinding toward this moment for weeks, the halfway point. Floor 50. The symbolic turning of the tide. How bad? Asuna asked. Different. Not just stronger, different. He drew the fox blade. The amber light was erratic, pulsing in irregular patterns, reacting to whatever lay beyond those doors with something that felt almost like recognition. Kayaba's in there. Not just his creation, him. You're sure? The blade knows. The energy signature matches what I felt in that hidden terminal. He turned to Asuna. Get the raid back. Way back. Naruto, I'm not being noble. I'm being tactical. His voice was steady, calm in the way of deep water over sharp rocks. Whatever's behind that door was built for me. It'll target me specifically. If the raid is nearby, it'll use them as leverage, hostages, distractions, casualties to force my hand. We discussed this. You promised, I promised not to face it alone. And I won't. He looked past her to the darkness of the labyrinth's upper level, a vantage point, elevated, with clear sightlines to the boss room interior. Sinon. She materialized from shadow. The raid party flinched, most of them hadn't known she was there. She'd been moving with the group for 3 floors, invisible, her presence known only to Naruto through the fox blade's resonance. I'm in position in 90 seconds, Sinon said. Bow in hand, quiver full of detection arrows and something new, arrows tipped with the amber crystal shards, concentrated foxfire energy compressed into projectile form. Weapons they'd spent 2 weeks developing together. 30-meter elevation, clear shot to every corner of the arena. And me, Asuna said. Not a question. Naruto looked at her. She stood there, rapier raised, jaw set, eyes burning with a refusal that was older than the death game, older than their partnership, rooted in something fundamental about who she was. You're not sidelining me, she said. Not for this. Asuna, if something happens to you, then it happens while I'm fighting. Not while I'm watching from the back like a spectator. She stepped closer, close enough that the fox blade's light touched her face, amber painting her features in warm gold. You taught me that. Day 1. The first thing you ever said to me was that I was good. That I could fight. Don't take that back now. He wanted to argue. Every protective instinct in his body, instincts honed through a lifetime of watching people he loved walk into danger, screamed at him to keep her safe. To keep both of them safe. To shoulder this alone the way he'd shouldered everything alone for 12 years before Irika, before Team 7, before he'd learned the painful truth that strength means nothing without someone to protect. But that was the old lesson. The incomplete one. The full truth was harder. Strength means nothing without someone who refuses to let you carry it alone. Together, he said. Together. Asuna's smile was fierce and brief and beautiful. If you two are done with the dramatic moment, Sinon called from the darkness above, already climbing to her perch, the entity isn't going to wait forever. Naruto turned to the raid force, 118 players arranged behind them, the backbone of the clearing effort. Tanks, DPS, supports, healers. Every major guild represented. Klein and his Furinkazan. Agile and his veterans. 24 independents who'd come specifically because the fox blade would be here. Listen up. Naruto's voice carried. The boss behind this door isn't standard. It's been built specifically to counter me, to fight me and only me. Your job is not to engage it. Your job is to clear whatever additional mobs spawn as interference, protect each other, and stay the hell away from the center of the arena. And if you go down? Klein asked. Not challenging, genuinely concerned. I won't. But if, he won't, Asuna said. Absolute. But if somehow the impossible happens, you retreat. Full withdrawal. No heroics. That's an order from your vice commander. Klein nodded. The raid nodded. The fear was palpable, but so was the trust. 32 floors of successful clears, of victories earned through coordination and courage, of a fox blade that had never failed them. Naruto put his hand on the door. Sinon? In position. 8 detection arrows active. Full coverage. Her voice came from above, distant, professional, but underneath it, something tight. Something that said she was holding herself together through willpower and wouldn't let herself think about what was behind this door until it was over. I see you. Good. He pushed. The arena was beautiful. That was the first thing, the unexpected, terrible beauty of it. Not the dark glass of floor 10 or the open void of floor 12. This was something else. A cathedral of crystal and light, vaulted ceiling reaching into infinity, walls that refracted the ambient glow into rainbow fragments. The floor was mirror-smooth, reflective, doubling everything, creating an illusion of infinite space. And in the center, waiting, Heathcliff. Not the entity. Not the void-faced data construct that had harassed Naruto for 30 floors. A player, or what appeared to be one. Red and white armor. A massive tower shield and a one-handed sword. Cursor green. Health bars visible, only one, but the number within it was enormous. Higher than any player Naruto had ever seen. Welcome, Heathcliff said. His voice was calm, measured, cultured, carrying the weight of absolute authority. I've been looking forward to this. The raid party filed in behind Naruto. The doors remained open, no trapping mechanism. That was somehow more unsettling than if they'd slammed shut. Kayaba, Naruto said. A murmur through the raid. Heathcliff, Kayaba, smiled. I had hoped we'd meet under these circumstances. The halfway point. A symbolic moment. He set his shield and raised his sword, not in aggression, but in salute. You've exceeded every projection I had. Every model, every simulation. You are genuinely unprecedented. Cool. Thanks. Are we fighting or are you going to monologue? Kayaba's smile widened. Direct. I appreciate that. He lowered his sword and, behind him, the floor pulsed. The crystal walls darkened. The beautiful cathedral twisted, the light shifting from white to deep violet, the reflective floor becoming a window into something vast and dark beneath. And from that darkness, it rose. Not like the previous entities. Not a void-faced construct or a shadowed figure. This was a complete creation, a nine-tailed fox made of dark code, massive, filling half the arena, its body composed of the same energy as Naruto's blade but inverted. Negative. Where the fox blade burned amber gold, this creature burned violet black. Where Naruto's fire was warm, this thing radiated cold. 9 tails spread behind it, each one a weapon, each one pulsing with stolen data. 30 floors of observation, compressed and refined and weaponized into the shape of Naruto's own power turned against him. I call it the mirror beast, Kayaba said. He'd stepped aside, not retreating, but positioning himself as observer. Built from your combat data. Every technique, every pattern, every expression of the nine-tailed fox blade's energy. It knows you, Naruto. Better than you know yourself. The mirror beast opened its mouth and roared. The sound was the fox blade's hum corrupted, the same frequency, amplified to a weapon. Players in the raid staggered. 3 supports went to their knees, hands over ears. Kit. Kurama's voice was tight. That thing is made from my energy. Stolen, copied, corrupted, but it's me. A dark reflection. Can you counter it? I don't know. I've never fought myself before. First time for everything. The mirror beast's 9 tails slammed the floor, all at once, a shockwave that rippled outward in concentric rings. The raid scattered. Players dove for cover behind crystal pillars, the shockwave cracking the floor where they'd stood moments before. Naruto didn't move. The shockwave hit him and broke, parted around him like water around stone. The fox blade's energy was the same frequency. It couldn't harm him directly. But it could harm everyone else. Raid. Perimeter. Asuna's voice cut through the chaos. Clear the center. Naruto, Go. He went. Foxfire erupted around him, 9 tails of golden light unfurling behind him like wings as he launched forward. The mirror beast matched him, charging to meet him head-on, its own 9 tails sweeping forward like spears. They collided in the arena's center. The impact wasn't sound, it was a physical force that shattered crystal pillars for 50 meters in every direction. Gold meeting violet. Fire meeting void. The fox blade clashed against one of the mirror beast's tails, and the sparks that flew were fragments of pure code, visible, tangible, the game's architecture exposed by the violence of their collision. Naruto pushed. The tail gave, fractionally, the mirror beast's massive body sliding back a meter. He pressed the advantage, blades singing in combinations that, wrong. Every strike was countered. Not blocked, countered. The mirror beast moved its tails to intercept each swing before it landed, positioning its defense precisely where Naruto's attack was going. Because it knew. 30 floors of data, every pattern, every instinct, every favored angle and timing. It knew him perfectly. Okay, Naruto breathed, disengaging. He leaped back, landing in a crouch 30 meters from the beast. You know my style. You've studied me. You think you can predict everything I do. The mirror beast circled, 9 tails weaving, violet light pulsing. Its movements were a dark mirror of his own. The same speed, the same aggression, the same predatory grace. Fighting himself. But here's the thing, Naruto said. He let the foxfire die around him. Let the 9 tails fade. Sheathed the blade. The raid party went silent. Asuna, mid-combat with a wave of smaller mobs that had spawned at the arena's edges, looked toward the center with horror. You studied the fox blade, Naruto continued. He raised his fists. Empty hands. No weapon. You didn't study me. The mirror beast hesitated, the first uncertainty in its AI. Its data contained nothing about unarmed combat. Nothing about a Naruto without the fox blade's amplification. He was, for its analysis, a blank slate. Naruto moved. Not with foxfire speed, with shinobi speed. Different. Faster in some ways, more controlled in others. The system had to recalculate, his movement parameters shifted, the cardinal system scrambling to accommodate techniques it had no category for. He wasn't using the unique skill. Wasn't using any system skill at all. Just body and instinct and 12 years of taijutsu training that no data collection could have captured because he'd never used it in this world. His fist hit the mirror beast's face. The creature recoiled, not from damage but from confusion. Its predictive algorithms failed. It tried to counter a punch that didn't match any recorded pattern, and its tail swept empty air where it expected him to be. Naruto was already behind it. Palm strike to the base of its spine, or where a spine would be. The beast's body rippled, its code structure destabilized by an attack type it couldn't categorize. Sinon. Now. From above, 300 meters up, perched on a crystal formation near the ceiling, Sinon fired. Not a detection arrow. The special ammunition. Amber crystal compressed into an arrowhead, foxfire energy concentrated to a point, a delivery system they designed together on floor 16. A weapon that combined her precision with his power. The arrow crossed the arena in an instant, a streak of golden light, flat and impossibly fast, and embedded itself in the mirror beast's back. Right where Naruto's palm strike had destabilized the code structure. Right in the gap. The amber energy detonated. Not an explosion, an infection. Golden light spread from the arrow's impact point, racing through the mirror beast's body along the channels of stolen energy, overriding corrupt code with the original. The violet black of its form flickered, amber breaking through, gold displacing void. The beast screamed, a sound like corrupted data trying to hold itself together against restoration. Its 9 tails thrashed wildly. One swept toward the raid party's position, toward where 15 players had taken cover behind a crystal pillar. Asuna intercepted. She moved faster than she'd ever moved, faster than the system's standard rapier skills should allow. Something in her had broken through, in this moment, in this crucible. The starburst stream technique activated, not hers by right, not a skill she should have had, but earned in this instant through sheer refusal to let those players die. Her rapier met the tail. Not stopped it, that was impossible, the force differential too great, but deflected. Angled the sweep upward, over the players' heads, the tip of the tail missing them by centimeters. Asuna's feet left the ground from the impact, she flew backward, hit a pillar, slid down. Her HP dropped to yellow. Not critical. But the cost was visible. Asuna. Naruto's voice, and for one moment, just one, his attention split. His eyes went to her instead of the beast. The mirror beast's remaining tails struck. 3 at once, converging on Naruto from 3 angles. He saw them too late. The corrupted energy hit him in the chest, the side, the back, simultaneous impacts that the system registered as massive damage. His HP bar, which had barely moved in 50 floors of combat, dropped. By a third. In one hit. The protection was gone. Kaiba's override removed. The system could hurt him now. Could kill him. Naruto hit the ground. Slid across the mirror floor, leaving a trail of cracked crystal. His body ached in a way it hadn't since his own world, real pain, or close enough. The fox blade rattled in its sheath, Kurama roaring. Kit! Get up! The protection is down, he revoked it mid-fight. Kaiba's voice, calm above the chaos, fascinating. The data collection is complete. 100%. The safety protocol has been removed. Now we see the truth. Can the anomaly survive without its safety net? Naruto spat, code particles, not blood, but it felt the same. He rose to one knee. The mirror beast was reforming, Sinon's arrow had damaged it, disrupted its stolen code, but not destroyed it. It was pulling itself back together, the amber infection being pushed back by the violet corruption. But it was smaller now. Weakened. 3 of its 9 tails had dissolved entirely, the ones carrying corrupted data that Sinon's arrow had overridden. 6 tails remained. Still deadly. Still a mirror of his power. Across the arena, Asuna was getting to her feet. HP in yellow but standing. Rapier up. Eyes on him. And above, a whistle of wind. Another arrow from Sinon, this one a detection round, embedding in the floor near Naruto's position. Through it, her voice, I have 3 more crystal arrows. Tell me when and where. Naruto stood fully. Wiped his mouth, the gesture human, grounding. He drew the fox blade. All right, he said. Quiet. Not to the beast, not to Kaiba, not to anyone but himself. No safety net. No protection. Just me and what I actually am. He closed his eyes. The fox blade blazed. Not amber, gold. Pure, blinding gold, the light of a full Kurama link without limitation, without the system's attempts to contain or categorize. The cardinal system screamed, code fracturing around him, the game's reality bending under the weight of something it was never built to hold. 9 tails erupted behind him. Not the usual amber phantoms, solid constructs of golden light, each one as real as the blade in his hand, each one an extension of his will. The system glitched catastrophically, rendering errors cascading around his form, but the energy didn't care about rendering. It existed beyond the system's ability to deny. This was it. Everything. The full measure of what Uzumaki Naruto was, not a player, not an anomaly, not a data point in Kaiba's analysis. A shinobi. A Jinchuriki. The boy who'd fought gods and won through nothing but stubborn, blazing, unquenchable will. The mirror beast charged. 6 corrupted tails sweeping forward, Naruto met them. Not with technique. Not with strategy or corrupted data or clever misdirection. With overwhelming, absolute, undeniable force. His 9 golden tails against its 6 violet ones. Each collision was a detonation, golden fire consuming corruption, light eating shadow. 1 tail dissolved. 2. 3. The mirror beast was being destroyed not through precision but through the sheer disparity of their natures. It was a copy, sophisticated, dangerous, built from months of data. But Naruto was the original. And the original was always, always stronger than the reflection. 4 tails gone. 5. The mirror beast shrieked, a digital death scream, code coming apart at the seams. Naruto drove through the last tail and plunged the fox blade into the creature's center. You built this from what you saw, he said to Kaiba. To the watching creator. To the god who thought he understood. But what you saw was me holding back. What you saw was me being careful, being strategic, feeding you lies and half-truths. You never saw this. The golden light erupted outward from the blade's point of contact. The mirror beast didn't shatter, it was unmade. Every piece of corrupted code, every stolen data string, every dark reflection of his power was consumed by the original's light. It didn't explode into polygons. It simply ceased to exist, erased from the system as thoroughly as if it had never been written. The arena went dark. Then, light. Normal light. The crystal cathedral returning to its pristine state, white walls, clean floor, rainbow refractions. As if nothing had happened. As if a battle that shook the foundations of the game's code had been nothing more than a dream. And Kaiba. Still standing where he'd been. Shield and sword at rest. Expression, delighted. Magnificent, he said. The data, the analysis, was deliberately corrupted. You fed my entity false patterns for 15 floors. And the genuine power you hid, it exceeds even my most generous projections by orders of magnitude. He laughed, soft, genuine, the laughter of a scientist watching his greatest experiment produce results beyond imagination. You can't be contained by this system. You exist despite it, not because of it. You sound happy about that, Naruto said. He was breathing hard, actually winded, the 9-tailed manifestation draining even his impossible reserves. The golden light faded. His tails dissolved. He stood alone in the arena's center, fox blade in hand, HP at 60%. You just watched me destroy your ultimate weapon. And that's precisely why I'm happy. Kaiba stepped forward, not aggressively, his sword still at rest. You've made my world more interesting than I ever imagined it could be. An element of genuine unpredictability in a system I designed to be comprehensive. You are, quite literally, the best thing that has ever happened to Sword Art Online. People are dying in your game. Yes. That's the point. Without death, this world has no weight. No meaning. No stakes. Kaiba's eyes were clear, not mad, not cruel, just absolute. A man who believed in his vision with the completeness of a prophet. I built this world to be real. Real in a way the outside world never was. And you make it more real. Every floor you clear, every impossible thing you do, you prove that this world can generate experiences that transcend its programming. You're insane, Asuna said. She'd crossed the arena, HP still in yellow, rapier drawn, standing at Naruto's left. Her voice shook with fury. You killed hundreds of people. For an experiment. For a philosophy. For a world, Kayaba corrected. The first truly meaningful world. And you think you get to decide what's meaningful? Naruto's voice was quiet. The dangerous quiet. You think trapping 10,000 people, killing 2,000 of them, makes you God? Makes your vision justified? I think the results speak for themselves. Kayaba's gesture encompassed the arena, the raid party, the cleared floors, the entire structure of cooperation and courage that had emerged from his death game. Without the stakes, none of this exists. Without death, you're all just tourists. With death, you're heroes. Warriors. You found meaning, purpose, bonds stronger than anything the safe world outside could produce. An arrow embedded itself in the floor 3 inches from Kayaba's right foot. Everyone froze. Kayaba looked down at the arrow, amber-tipped, pulsing with foxfire energy, then up. Sinon was visible now, perched on a crystal formation high above, bow drawn, second arrow nocked and aimed directly at his head. That was a warning shot, Sinon's voice carried across the silent arena. The next one won't be. Kayaba regarded her with interest. The sniper. You're the one who developed the resonance arrows. Clever work, I didn't anticipate that collaboration. Step back from them. Her aim didn't waver. Now. I'm not here to fight. Kayaba raised his hands, shield and sword disappearing into his inventory with a gesture. I came to observe. The experiment is complete, the mirror beast was my final test, and Naruto exceeded it. I have no further need to interfere with his progression. But you'll still be here, Naruto said. Playing your game. Watching people die. I'll be here, Kayaba agreed. On floor 100. Waiting. That was always the design, the final boss of the final floor. His smile was serene. Come find me, Fox Blade. Bring your allies, your army, your unprecedented power. I look forward to seeing how this story ends. He started to dissolve, the admin teleport, a creator-level exit that no player could match. Wait, Naruto said. Kayaba paused. Half dissolved, his form flickering between presence and absence. The protection protocol. Is it gone for good? Yes. You're mortal now, as mortal as any player. The system can hurt you. Floor bosses can kill you. From this moment forward, your survival depends entirely on your own strength. Kayaba's dissolving face smiled one last time. Isn't that more interesting? He vanished. The arena was silent. Then the raid party erupted. Not in celebration, in shock, confusion, overlapping voices demanding explanations. Kibu was shouting something. Klein was swearing. The entire political structure of the clearing effort was reeling from the revelation that the game's creator had been among them, wearing a player's face. Naruto sheathed the fox blade. His hands were shaking, adrenaline drop, the aftermath of full power manifestation. His HP was regenerating slowly through passive means, but the exhaustion was real. He'd pushed further than ever before. Used techniques he'd been saving, strategies he'd been hoarding. Laid everything bare. And survived. Asuna's hand found his. She gripped it, hard, desperate, her fingers lacing through his with a ferocity that said more than any words could. You're alive, she said. Yeah. You're mortal now. Yeah. That means you can actually die. Asuna, don't. Don't comfort me right now. Her voice was steady but her hand was shaking in his. Just let me hold on for a minute. He let her hold on. His other hand found the top of her head, not pulling her close, just resting there. A presence. An anchor. Sinon descended from her perch, rappelling down in swift, controlled drops until she landed at the arena floor, 20 meters from them, close enough to see, far enough to offer privacy. Naruto looked at her over Asuna's head. Sinon met his eyes. In hers, relief so vast it had cracked through every wall she'd ever built. She wasn't crying, wouldn't, not here, not in front of 100 players, but the shine in her eyes said it was close. He mouthed, "Thank you." She nodded. Once. Sharp. Then turned away, giving them the moment, giving herself space to reassemble her composure. The aftermath took hours. The raid had to be debriefed. The revelation about Heathcliff, about Kayaba hiding among them, had to be processed, explained, contained. Panic was the primary enemy now, not monsters. If the player base learned that the game's creator had been operating as a frontline player, as the leader of a guild, the conspiracy theories would be endless. Asuna handled it. That was what she did, took chaos and imposed order through sheer force of competence and will. She stood before the raid party and delivered the truth cleanly, without embellishment. Kayaba had been among them. He was no longer among them. He waited on floor 100. The game continued. The mission continued. 50 floors cleared, she said. 50 to go. We're halfway home. Klein raised his sword. Halfway. The cry caught. Spread. 100 voices, scared, shaken, but alive. All alive. 0 casualties against a monster designed to kill their strongest player. Halfway home. The crowd dispersed. The celebration was muted, too much shock for genuine joy, but the camaraderie was real. Players checking on each other. Sharing potions. Clasping hands and confirming survival. Naruto sat alone on the arena's edge as the room emptied. Fox blade across his knees. Amber light gentle, exhausted, maybe, in whatever way an energy manifestation could be exhausted. That was too close, Kurama said. His voice was subdued, the equivalent of a nine-tailed fox admitting vulnerability. When the protection dropped, when it hit us, I felt it. True damage. For the first time since we arrived here, we were genuinely at risk. Scared? Concerned. For both of us. If we die here, we won't. But if we do, there's no resurrection. No other body to wake up in. We are this data now. Death here is death forever. Kurama. Naruto touched the blade's hilt. We've been living on borrowed time since the day we were sealed together. Every fight, every mission, every war, we've been one bad day from dying. This isn't different. This is just, more honest about it. The fox who fears death is no fox at all, Kurama murmured. An old saying. Something from before the tailed beasts were weapons and Jinchuriki were soldiers. But I'd prefer not to test the theory. Same. Naruto stood. Stretched. His HP had climbed back to 70%, acceptable. 50 floors. Whatever Kayaba's got waiting up there, will be ready. Footsteps. 2 sets, arriving together from different directions but reaching him at the same moment. Asuna from the left. Sinon from the right. They looked at each other, the 2 women who'd carried him through the hardest fight of his life. Asuna still in her battle-marked armor, rapier sheathed but hand near the hilt from lingering tension. Sinon with her bow across her back, arrows spent, the quiver empty for the first time since they'd met. We need to talk, Asuna said. Not to Naruto, to Sinon. Sinon regarded her. About? About him. Asuna's chin lifted, not aggressive, but direct. About us. About what happens from here. The crystal cathedral was empty now, just the 3 of them in its vast, refracted silence. The light played across their faces, rainbow fragments on skin, color without source. You almost died today, Sinon said to Naruto. Not accusation, statement of fact, delivered with the flatness that meant she was controlling something enormous underneath. Your HP dropped by a third in one hit. If the beast had followed up, it didn't. Because of you. Because of both of you. He looked between them. Sinon's arrows destabilized it. Asuna deflected the tail that would have killed 15 people. I finished it, but I didn't do it alone. We won together. Don't deflect, Asuna said. We're not talking about the fight. We're talking about what Sinon said to me an hour ago. Naruto blinked. What did she? I told her, Sinon said. Level. Controlled. But something burning behind her eyes that she was letting show for the first time in someone else's presence. Everything. How I feel. About you. I told her because she deserved to hear it from me directly, not infer it through observation. Oh. Naruto sat back down. Slowly. Asuna moved to stand in front of him. Arms crossed. Commander posture. But her eyes were soft in a way that didn't match the stance. She loves you, Asuna said. And I love you. And you, frustrating, impossible, golden-hearted idiot that you are, love both of us. Naruto didn't deny it. Couldn't. The truth was a living thing in his chest and it refused to be diminished by cowardice. Yeah, he said. I do. Asuna's eyes closed. A breath, deep, held, released slowly. When she opened them, in any normal world, this would be impossible. Cruel, even. Asking two people to share something that intimate, this isn't a normal world, Sinon said. She'd moved closer, still maintaining distance, but closer than usual. Her arms were at her sides, hands unclenched. Open posture, for her. We're in a death game. We could die tomorrow. Any of us. The rules of the normal world, the expectations, the scripts for how relationships are supposed to look, they were written by people who had the luxury of time and safety. And we don't, Asuna finished. So what are you saying? Naruto asked. Carefully. The two women looked at each other. Something passed between them, not words, not a negotiation, but an understanding that had been building for weeks. Since the first dinner on floor 3. Since the detection arrows and the joint raids and the night after night of messages and proximity and shared fear. They'd been orbiting the same sun and they'd learned each other in the process. Not as rivals, as companions in a gravitational pull neither could escape. I'm saying, Asuna said, that I spent 3 weeks trying to figure out how to feel about this. And the answer is, I feel terrified. And jealous. And confused. She swallowed. But I also feel, she makes you stronger. I saw it today. The arrows, the coordination, the way you fight differently when she's watching. And I make you stronger in different ways. And both of those things are real, and pretending one of them isn't would be a lie. I'm not asking for permission to love him, Sinon said. Her voice was quiet but absolute. I already do. I have since floor 6, when he sat outside a cave for an hour waiting for me because he said he would. What I'm asking is, a fractional break in her composure. Repaired instantly. Whether this can exist without destroying us. All 3 of us. Naruto looked at them. 2 women, fierce, brilliant, damaged, extraordinary. Both of them standing in front of him with their hearts open in a way that must have cost them everything. He stood. When I was young, he said, the people who saved me, Iruka-sensei, Kakashi-sensei, Sakura, Sasuke, they didn't save me by being one thing. They saved me by being everything. My family wasn't traditional. It wasn't what anyone expected. But it was real and it was mine and I would have died for every single one of them. He reached out. One hand toward Asuna. One toward Sinon. I don't know what this looks like. I don't have a model for it. But I know what I feel, and what I feel is, you're both mine. Both essential. Both irreplaceable. And I refuse to choose because choosing would mean pretending one of you matters less, and that's a lie I won't tell. Asuna took his hand first. Firm, warm, immediate. Her decision made, her fear acknowledged and overridden. Sinon took longer. She stared at his extended hand, the same offer she'd refused on floor 5, all those weeks ago. The same open palm. The same warmth. She took it. Her fingers were cold. They always were, circulation or habit or self-denial. But they warmed quickly in his grip. This is going to be complicated, Asuna said. Everything worth having is, Naruto replied. People will talk. People already talk. I glow in the dark and fight monsters for fun. Being normal was never on the table. Sinon almost laughed. Almost. Ground rules. Name them. Honesty. Always. Between all three of us. No secrets, no hidden feelings, no passive aggression. Sinon's voice was steady now, the analytical mind finding solid ground in structure. If something hurts, we say it. If something works, we say that too. Agreed, Asuna said immediately. And, time. Individual time. I need time with him, that's ours. And I assume you do too. Sinon nodded. And time together. All three. Because if this is going to work, we need to be something together. Not just two separate relationships orbiting the same person. You two are going to be friends, Naruto said. Grinning now, that wide, bright, irrepressible grin. Whether you like it or not. Don't push it, both women said simultaneously. Then looked at each other. And, miraculously, smiled. Not warm smiles. Not friendship bracelet, sleepover smiles. But the small, grudging, real smiles of two people who recognized something worthy in each other and were brave enough to acknowledge it. They left the arena together. Through the labyrinth, through floor 50's twilight zone, a transition floor, aesthetic limbo between the lower castle and whatever waited above. The raid party had long since dispersed, but word was spreading. The floor was cleared. The halfway point reached. At the teleport plaza, other players saw them. 3 figures, the fox blade in his dark coat with the amber pulsing sword, the vice-commander of the Knights of the Blood Oath in white and red, and the mysterious sniper who'd appeared from nowhere during the boss fight and fired arrows of golden light. They made a picture. And pictures became stories. And stories became legend. Naruto didn't care about legend. He cared about the hands he'd held and the words that had been spoken and the terrifying, exhilarating feeling of having chosen something extraordinary. They teleported to floor 22. The cabin in the pines. Their place, no one else's. The cabin was small for 3 people. 1 main room, a fireplace, 2 chairs, and a table. They made it work, Naruto on the floor because he genuinely didn't mind, Asuna in one chair with her legs tucked under her, Sinon in the other with her bow across her lap. The fire crackled, NPC-generated warmth, programmed comfort, but real enough when you stop thinking about the code underneath. So, Naruto said from the floor, leaning back against the wall. 50 floors cleared. 50 to go. Kayaba waiting at the top. No more protection protocol. What's the plan? We get stronger, Asuna said. All of us. The guild, the raid force, every player in Aincrad. If Kayaba is the final boss, we need to be ready to challenge a god-level entity. The clearing pace needs to accelerate, Sinon added. 50 floors in 8 weeks is good, but if Kayaba has additional countermeasures, more mirror beasts, more surprises, we need momentum. The faster we climb, the less time he has to prepare. Agreed. And the laughing coffin situation? Naruto's voice darkened slightly. Poe and his killers hadn't been idle, 17 more player deaths since floor 11. The prison system Asuna had implemented caught some, but the core leadership remained elusive. Being handled, Asuna said. The COB has a dedicated anti-crime unit now. And with Kaiba's reveal, with the knowledge that the game master was among us, some of the fringe pikers are actually scared. If the creator himself isn't safe from exposure, they're not either. And the terminal? Sinon asked. Floor 20. The system access point, have you gone back? Kurama's been working on it remotely. Through the energy connection. Naruto touched the blade's hilt. He can't crack it without physical proximity, but he's mapped its architecture. When we go back, and we will, he thinks he can find Kaiba's admin protocols. Maybe use them. Use them how? Best case? Shut the game down safely. Free everyone without clearing all 100 floors. Both women leaned forward. Can he actually do that? Asuna asked. He doesn't know yet. Maybe. It depends on what safeguards Kaiba built around the shutdown procedure. But it's a possibility, a backup plan in case the 100th floor clear becomes impossible. It's not impossible, Sinon said. Not with you. Not with us, Naruto corrected. The fire crackled. The pine swayed in programmed wind outside the windows. And in the small wooden cabin, 3 people sat with the weight of 50 floors behind them and 50 ahead, and found, against all odds, that the weight was bearable. Because it was shared. Later. Midnight by the system's clock. Asuna was asleep in the chair, her body had finally surrendered to the day's exhaustion, her breathing even, her face slack with the peace that only true unconsciousness provided. Sinon was still awake. She'd moved to the floor beside Naruto, not touching, but close. Close enough that she could feel the fox blade's warmth from where it lay between them. Hey, she whispered. Hey. Today. When your HP dropped. When we all realized you could actually die. She was staring at the fire, amber light on her face that could have been the flames or could have been the blade. I almost missed. Naruto turned to look at her. What? The crystal arrow. The shot that destabilized the mirror beast. My hands were shaking when I fired. She raised one hand, steady now, perfectly controlled. I never shake. I've been shooting since I was 14. My hands don't shake. But they shook today. Because I was afraid. Not of dying, I've made peace with that. Afraid of watching you die. Of missing the shot that could save you. Her hand lowered. The girl who forgot how to miss, she almost missed because she cared too much. Naruto shifted closer. Not touching, respecting the space she always needed, but present. Within reach if she wanted. You didn't miss, he said. But I could have. Sinon. You hit a target the size of a fist from 300 meters while shaking with fear. That's not almost missing, that's being incredible under impossible conditions. That's being human and being a warrior at the same time. She was quiet for a moment. The fire popped. A log settled. In the real world, she said, before the game, I shot someone. A real person. With a real gun. I was 11. I know. You told me. My hands didn't shake then. I was calm, perfectly calm. I pulled the trigger and a man died and I felt nothing in the moment. The shaking came after. Years after. She finally turned to look at him. Today is the first time my hands shook during the shot. While it mattered. What does that mean to you? It means, she swallowed. It means I'm not cold anymore. Not the way I was. The ice I built around myself, you broke it. And now I feel things during instead of after. And that's terrifying because what if the shaking gets worse? What if I miss when it matters? Then I'll survive anyway, Naruto said. Because I'm too stubborn to die from one missed shot. That's not comforting. It's not meant to be. It's meant to be permission. He held her gaze. Permission to shake. Permission to feel things. Permission to be afraid and effective at the same time. You don't have to choose between being cold and being precise. You can be both. Today proved that. Her breath came unevenly for a moment. Just a moment. Then she leaned, incrementally, barely perceptibly, and her shoulder touched his. Light contact. Barely there. But deliberate. I don't know how to do this, she murmured. Any of it. The feelings. The people. The being cared about. Me neither. We'll figure it out. You seem like you know. I'm faking it. Always have been. The confidence thing, it's just momentum. You keep moving forward and eventually people mistake the motion for certainty. That's terrible advice. It got me through a war. Got me through this game. It's working so far. She huffed, that sharp exhale that was her version of laughter. Her shoulder pressed slightly harder against his. Stayed there. They sat like that until the fire burned low. Asuna slept in the chair above them, peaceful and beautiful in the dying light. And between them, Naruto and Sinon, shoulder to shoulder on a wooden floor in a fake cabin in a digital world, something was real. Realer than code. Realer than the system that tried to contain them. Real in the way of hands that shake because they care too much. Real in the way of a boy who carries a fox and two women who carry him. Dawn on floor 50. Naruto woke first, he always did, Kurama's influence making sleep optional and brief. Asuna had shifted during the night, now curled on the cabin's small bed, someone, Sinon, probably, having moved her there from the chair. Sinon was still on the floor, back against the wall, bow across her lap, she'd fallen asleep sitting up, head tilted to one side. He stood carefully. Covered Sinon with his coat, the midnight coat, warm and familiar, and stepped outside. The morning air was cool. Floor 22's eternal autumn painted the world in golds and reds. Pine needles carpeted the ground. A stream murmured somewhere nearby. Naruto drew the fox blade and held it up to the dawn. Amber light caught the sun, real meeting simulated, warmth meeting warmth. Kurama. 50 floors. 50 floors. Think we can do 50 more? I think we've done the impossible so many times that impossible has stopped applying to us. A pause. Then, softer, your father would be proud, Kit. Of all of it. The fighting. The people. The refusal to be alone. Don't get sentimental on me. Too late. Spending this much time in a sword does things to a fox's dignity. Naruto laughed, quiet, private, genuine. He sheathed the blade and looked up past the trees, past the floor's ceiling, up toward the invisible tower of Aincrad climbing forever above them. 50 floors cleared. 50 remained. A god-creator waited at the top with whatever final test he'd designed. Player killers stalked the lower floors. 10,000 people still needed saving. And Naruto stood between all of it, between the danger and the innocent, between the game and its victims, with a sword that sang and a fox that whispered and two women who refused to let him be a martyr. The game continued. Harder now, no protection, no safety net, nothing between him and death except his own strength and the strength of the people who'd chosen to stand with him. But standing with people, that had always been the point. That had been the lesson of his entire life, across two worlds, through war and peace and death games designed by mad geniuses. You don't fight alone. You don't win alone. You don't live alone. You find your people. You hold them close. And then you walk forward together into whatever impossible thing comes next. Naruto turned back toward the cabin. Inside, Asuna was waking. He could hear her voice, still sleep-rough, saying something to Sinon. Sinon's quiet response. The sound of two people he loved existing in the same space, learning the shape of each other, building something unprecedented from trust and choice. He pushed open the door. "Morning," he said. Grinned, that grin. The one that had started a legend on day one. The one that said, "I'm here. I'm not going anywhere. And nothing in any world is going to break what we're building." Asuna smiled back, rapier sharp, bright as sunrise. Sinon nodded, brief, warm in her own contained way. "Breakfast," Asuna declared. "Then floor 51. Then floor 52, Sinon added. "Then all of them," Naruto finished. "All the way to the top. 3 people. 1 impossible mission. A world that needed saving, a game that needed breaking, and a story that was only half written. They'd write the rest together. 100 floors. 10,000 lives. A fox's golden grin against the dark. And the unshakable, bone-deep certainty that this, all of this, was a world worth fighting for."